TV. Shout out to the lady who I call First Lady T. And my bro Kenny, he the tech guy, aka the real plug. He'll set you up with a job. And my dog Third, all the hoes call him Poppy. He got your baby mama, got the sprung off that Molly. They dumped her for her sister, but she wasn't taking it well. They used to call me Brandon, now they call me Entanglement L. Brandon L can't take no loss. I'm the $40 nation boss. When it comes to the other dude, I ain't got much to say to you. Burning hell if you did me dirty. I done made it to the age 30. Told Pez she the first lady, she gon' let you know if you're acting crazy. Third water enforcer, jump to him wrong, he'll smoke ya. And my brother Kenny Conjo, he just cashed out on the condo. Tennessee to the DMV, all the way to the H-Town. Backstabbing bastards better not ever come around. I'm spending on the squad, all I do is splurge. I'm smashing on the spot, I left her on the curb. This one going out the photo record TV. Middle finger if you did me dirty. I done made it to the age 30. She know I'm 40R, now she getting wet. I'm throwing up the bow, yeah, rep the set. Disrespect the foe, but put a slug in your neck. Photo record fam, let them know we got next. Photo record fam, let them know we got next. Hold up, photo record fam, let them know we got next. Ballin' in the mall, all I do is splurge. Your lady gave me some pop on December 3rd, yeah. Throwing up the boat, yeah, rep the set. I'm throwing up the boat, yeah, rep the set. I'm throwing up the boat, yeah, rep the set. I'm throwing up the boat, yeah, rep the set.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? This is the For the Record TV family. Me, myself, Third World Colombian, my sis Topaz Presents, and my brother Brandon L, aka Bitcoin L, and we back at you with another For the Record TV, episode. Happy Saturday to everybody. Hopefully everybody had a good week, and hopefully everybody enjoying their weekend so far. So, peace to everybody. Peace to everybody in the chat and everybody watching from the clouds.
Peace to everybody in the chat, but I got two things to say. First of all, Third, speak for yourself, okay? Y'all act like niggas over here. I was on time, okay? You stay late for everything, and that don't be having nothing to do with me. And then Brandon's song is promoting niggerism. So, I just feel like we need to raise the bar. Like, y'all can't just stay niggas your whole life. Come on now.
Wait. So we're gonna just act like your ass wasn't hella late last weekend or last show. So
that was last week, and everybody has moved on. Nobody is even still thinking about that. They're like, you don't have to be like that. Don't be this person.
Also, I would say the best way to describe, us is that second NWA album, Niggas for Life. That's what we is, and that's what we gonna be. That's all we ever gonna be. So,
Wow. I'm just saying, I just want us to strive for more in life. We're gonna be an example of what can happen when you do good and do good things. And then Brandon, we don't be promoting drug use and all that stuff over here. Okay, this is nice, good, wholesome chat. All right, this is not what we do in life. We don't
promote drugs over here. We only promote herbal medications over here. That's it. So yeah. And shout out to Rex, bro. What's going on with you, bro? Been a minute since I seen you around. What's going on with you? But yeah, we don't promote drugs, but we do promote herbal remedies and herbal treatments. In my
Dr. Sebi would be proud.
In my Bone Thugs voice, we don't promote drugs, but we do promote herbal remedies. And then, the song come on after that. So, what's going on, Darrell?
Hey, everybody in the chat.
Shout out to Bronze Dip and Sun Kiss. Appreciate you for coming through. You got anything you want to say, Troll Lord?
Look at Brandon.
Hey, man. I got a serious topic I want to talk. Serious conversation I want to have with y'all because, Third, I got to talk to you, fam. We gonna get your dog a girlfriend, man. That motherfucker keep on humping on teddy bears and the bed, man. When you gonna get that dog a girl, man?
I'm trying to find one, because he just like his paw, he like you know, you like pretty women. You know what I'm saying?
He get it from you.
He watches owner
Yeah.
and then he go around like, oh, this is what we supposed to do. Like, see, that's sad. We normally equate men who can't sit still with one woman with dogs, but now you are the influence. You are literally teaching an animal.
You torturing that dog by letting him hump on teddy bears, man.
Yeah,
It needs a girl.
Rock.
Come on.
You know, Rocco. He you know, he like baddies just like his papa. So you know what I'm saying. So I don't blame him. You know, he picky when it comes to you know, little female dogs and stuff. But I'm looking for one. But you know what's funny though? Like people be like, man, he people in the past have been like, man, you know, he learned that from you. He watched you, you know, hump on the female. I'm like, nah, because the first day I brought him home.
You be having a dog in the room with y'all, man.
nah, bro. I'm gonna tell you a story. So like the first day I brought him home, he like maybe like 5 weeks old. I mean, he was small. Like the first little stuffed animal toy I bought him, I think I bought him like this little cow stuffed animal toy. Like the nigga was humping and shit like at that age of like 5 weeks. I'm like, bro, what do you know about humping, bro? Like I guess it's an instinctual thing with them. But yeah, he was tearing that little from his own, like, damn, bro. Like he was going in, bro. I'm like, damn, brother. So I'm like, what the hell? So
and Third was in the background high-fiving them and cheering them on. I'm sorry.
I was like, good job, son. Be like, I'm proud of you, and dab the nigga up afterwards and give him a dab.
Sad. That's really sad.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I saw you posted a video before. I think you got like 2,000 views on there.
I think actually it's almost it's like 1.5. That's the original one. I called it a horny ass nigga part 1 and part 2.
Yeah, man, you ain't shit for that, man. But yeah, man. Hey, I just felt bad for that dog, man. He needs a girl about this time, man. He's trying to get, you know, let his legacy go on. You know what I'm saying? So let him get some one time, man. He needs some. That's all I want to say.
By the way, like that Bulls mask you got, bro. Why you still wearing the mask, bro? You know they ain't, you know, it's all Lex and stuff. Less, you know, they tripping out there where you at. Oh
yeah, they still tripping over here. We still gotta wear masks over here.
Okay, damn, bro. That's messed up. Hey, that polo clean as fuck too, though. I see you, bro.
Yeah, right on, man.
Yeah, but we can't give Brandon too many compliments, you know.
Look at my hater, man. My hater over there.
Hey, facts.
Well, look, because you know what, I've realized that in Brandon's song, I started laughing at the time where he starts laughing in the song because, like, what does he say before that? Oh yeah, like why you being petty, telling people that their girlfriend give you WAP? Like, first of all, if she gave you some, she trusted you with it. You ain't got to go run your mouth and always be.
Oh, you got to talk shit to niggas, man. They don't understand till you start talking that shit. You got once you tell them you smash that girl, they're gonna listen to you, man. They're gonna listen to you more.
So that's like the hood version of the Yo Mama joke. I didn't think you could get closer than the Yo Mama joke, but y'all found a way every day, new and inventive ways to be more of a nigga.
See, niggas will fight over their mama, but when it comes to their girl, or they baby mama, they ready to shoot out. They ready to shoot you, kill you. So I don't do that no more, though.
Yeah,
nobody girls no more.
Niggas fight over their mama, they sister, they gal, they baby mama, and they wife. You know what I'm saying? So
I can understand wifey. Now. You know.
Hey man, don't fuck with a nigga baby mama, bro. He gonna kill you with baby mama.
Oh, you ain't lying.
Yeah.
Shit, it was a fighter.
I never let her go. Looking at it.
Hey, it was a fighter, MMA fighter. He stepped up some dude. He was mad that he was talking to a side chick. Like niggas fighting over a side bitches now. Damn.
Well, I guess he just basically wanted to let you know you can't have none of mine. All right, like I don't care if I'm using you right now. Leave it alone.
On the side. You shouldn't care about her.
I mean, I don't know. That's this new age way of thinking with some of these niggas because when I was coming up, nigga, the side piece, like she for everybody. Like she
for everybody.
She ain't exclusive to me. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the whole purpose of a side chick. A side chick is a chick that could be had by anybody. She could be had by me. She could be had by Brandon. Whoever.
No, that's not the purpose of a side chick. The purpose of the side chick is to get other stuff that you ain't getting at home. That means nobody can't have that neither. Yeah. You need both of them.
Y'all right. It's a plan B.
I don't disagree with what you're saying. What you're saying is right, but what I'm saying is that I don't understand why these niggas be expecting a side chick to have this loyalty or this faithfulness to Like, nigga, she's your, like, she already know you got a wifey or a main chick.
Yeah, but that look okay. So I don't at the risk of becoming labeled as a pick me. I'ma just say I respect the game as it's laid out, and so if you sign up for that, this is why I would never sign up to be a side chick, right? Is because you already know that when you sign up for it, if you a side chick, okay? And then second of all, if you got two cars, just because you driving one, don't mean you want somebody at home starting up the engine and driving off in the other one. You know, like the point is they both mine, nigga. Like sit down somewhere, I'm doing something. Hey, like get out the way.
That's why my favorite song from Master P was a song called Plan B. Be like, I could be your nigga, he could be your man. But you ain't gotta leave him. Everybody need a backup plan. That's one of my favorite songs from Master P. But yeah, your side chick, man, you gotta let her do what she gotta do when she come back to you.
Hey, go back and highlight Professor Black Ops comedy. Hey, you ain't shit, Professor.
Okay, but y'all missing the word possessive, the word my side chick, meaning it's mine. I'm using both of these. Just leave them, like, no, go get your own. Okay, so now, and also as a side chick, if you sign up for that, you already know, like, how you gonna have time to be when he call you and he say he got time, he got this 1 hour window. If you out dealing with other niggas, you ain't gonna be available, you gonna miss your shot. Now, I mean, I would never do it, but I just feel like if y'all sign up for that, then you need to be ready for it. That's why I can't do it.
So question for you and Brandon then. If a side chick will willingly sign up to be a side chick to one particular nigga, what's the chances y'all think of she being a side chick to other niggas? Because I don't think most of these side chicks is just exclusively a side chick just to one nigga. Like, not unless
when the game was real, they did. When the game was real, they would, because you're getting material, you're getting money and material items in exchange for all the patience that you got to muster up to be involved in that. Okay, and then like he was taking care of you too. It's just you was second, you know, like, so I personally wouldn't do it, but if they gonna do it, then like that's how it's supposed to work.
See, I look at it like this. Not all cases, but most situations, I believe your main chick could be somebody else's side chick. Like, I don't know if y'all remember the movie Dead Presidents.
Yeah.
Dead Presidents, you know, he well, he was kind of his baby mama, and he was trying to marry her, but he went out to war, and she had to find somebody to provide for her. She found, I think his name was Cuddy. She got with him, you know, I guess it was a trick and hope thing, whatever. So,
AKA Pinky from Friday.
Yeah, Pinky, yep.
So now do y'all understand why it's a good thing for women to work? Because see, then that way, if you go off the war, she ain't got to lay up under the next nigga to survive and wait till you get back.
See, the military wives, man, you gotta watch out for them. They be desperate.
You know what? Shout out to D Darrell. He got a point. He said it depends if she likes. Yeah, if she respect the game like the original game how it used to be, and she actually got a hell of attraction to that nigga, even though she knows she's not his main, then yeah, she probably might be fake. But like I said, but that really just depends on the level of attraction and respect that she has for that man. You know what I'm saying? If it's not to that degree, then nah, she gonna be a side chick not for just that nigga, but for other niggas too as well. Or she might be a side chick to him, but still somebody else's main chick. So you know, I mean that's just how I go. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't, and it's like as grown adults, like I don't be understanding why people act like they can't understand that concept. Like these type of things happen every day now. Am I condoning it? Am I saying is right or wrong? No, but what I'm saying is like this the reality. Like I don't understand why niggas try to like deny that. It's like it is what it is.
And shout out to Wadner, shout out to my brother Wadner. He say, Tobas, how many chicks you beat up over a dude?
Don't be shouting out Wadner because he be doing the most.
The Nibbian song.
I really don't understand why he's like this, but I'm going to have answer your little stupid ass question, right?
Mess with my girl. I'm going to be the one. I hated that song, by the way.
Go ahead and answer your dumb question, all right, Wadner?
No, it's a good question. Excellent question, brother.
Your answer to that question is 0. I have beat up all women behind a dude. Now, have I had to cuss out and threaten and scare a couple of bitches? Yeah, because see, here's the thing, right? First of all, it's different if she didn't know, but it's some bitches out here that know and gonna do it anyway and look at me and dare me to have a problem with it. And so now I have to have a problem with it. It don't even be about the dude. It be really just about like, oh, so you think I'm that chick, you just go do whatever, right? And that's never been me. That's never gonna be okay. You know, I do not handle that well. That's kind of like the version of like if women get y'all an ultimatum. Y'all don't answer to that very well. So I don't answer to chicks feeling like, oh, I bet not do that. I bet not say nothing. Yeah, I've never answered to that well. Okay, so now it's never gotten to the point where I actually had to do the stuff, but I will say I was fully prepared to do it. And it's because
My bad. Finish. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I'm just saying, and the reason why it gets to that is because if you just let the first one do it, then everybody just gonna keep doing it. You know, like, no, we're gonna stop all of that so then I can live in peace and I can be left alone. So yeah.
My follow-up question would be, how many chicks try to fight you over a dude?
Oh man, like multiple. I can't even count.
See, that's the question she asked right now.
Ain't nobody worry about your ass, Topaz. Get out of here.
I believe it. I believe women try to fight over dudes.
They be bothered by me. I'm gonna tell you that now. They bothered by me.
I'm just fucking with you now. On some real shit.
Well, how many of those fights you lost?
I never have to have any because for whatever reason, the dude would come out and be like, call her stupid and tell her she tripping. And so, like, I don't even know why chicks used to start trying to argue with me because they would be like, no, this ain't cute. You can't do this. And then they get in trouble. Like, you did that to yourself. I ain't do that.
So when that happened, do you stay with the dude or what was up with that?
No, once I have to do all of that, I'm out. So like she's gonna get him anyway.
I think that's a little cap. I think some guys would be like, look over it. Oh, he got a bad chick. Okay, he doing something. He working with something. And you stay with him.
I've never understood that. What the hell do what the other chick look like got to do with it?
Some women like that. They like to know that they women like their man. So
I say this.
Not all, but most.
I say this.
I like a life of peace. I don't want all that shit happening in my life.
So it's
that's a good thing. That's a good thing.
Three things I want to say. First, to the question that Wagner asked about how many chicks is Topaz beat up over a nigga, I would say, Topaz presents capping at an all-time high. I think she capping on that one. Number two, I would say, when I was coming up, when we was teenagers, me and my boys and stuff, we was coming up, like we had like this little thing where we was like, look, if it's just, if it's like one of our girlfriends or something like that, like a chick that we was serious about, we was like dating and shit, then, they off limits. But, just some little chick that we messing around with, but we ain't really see it. Like, she fair game for everybody if that's what she want to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, we wasn't, like, it was kind of like that whole, like, we ain't cuffing no hoes type shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of like what the mentality was. So, like I said, the whole, girlfriend thing, like, nah, like they off limits. Even if, let's say like I broke up with a chick and, we weren't together no more or whatever, like she was still off limits to the crew even after that, you know what I'm saying? But like I said, just some little chick we were just messing around with here and there, but we weren't like on no serious shit. We weren't claiming each other. Like, nah, bro, like she for everybody. And what's funny is actually there was a chick that I was messing with back in the day that she actually did try to like, I guess she wanted to like mess around with one of my homeboys or whatever, but my homeboy ended up turning her ass down because he was like, bitch, you ain't my type. You know what I'm saying? And she was in her feelings about that. She was big mad about that. Like, he pretty much like clowned her and embarrassed her ass. You know what I'm saying? And he like, bitch, I don't want you, not even my type. You know what I'm saying? Like, and he just like kind of like roasted the fuck out of her. She was mad as hell because she just thought that, she was all that. You know what I'm saying? So that shit was funny. You know what I'm saying? That shit was hilarious.
Well, that's what she get because I mean, like the homeboy. Even if you break up with a dude, the homeboys and family supposed to be off limits anyway. Like, who wants to do that?
Well, this wasn't a chick I had dated. This was just a chick I was just kind of like randomly messing around. We weren't like serious dating or no shit.
But she knew that this dude was your homeboy.
Yeah, she knew.
Okay, yeah. So that's the problem right there. Is like, first of all, you ain't supposed to try to put yourself in a position to be a pass around. And I personally have not been in a predicament of where I'm in these altercations behind some dude I was just messing around with. Now, I will tell you what has happened. Like, a dude will ask me for my phone number, which changed phone numbers. And after the first conversation, some chick in my phone now talking about, how do you know him? See, now you getting in my business. You need to ask him how he know me.
Well, I'm a little different from what Third was saying, just a little bit like, okay, even if it's my girl or my wife, nigga, if she trying to smash, you better pump and dump her. Now, as long as you dumping, now you try to be a girlfriend, wife, then I'm gonna look at you sideways. Like, nigga, what the hell you trying to get in a relationship for? You supposed to just pump and dump. So, hey, my homeboy's got to pass on that, shit.
Well,
ex-girlfriend, smash and pass.
That's the reason why it's messed anyway, is because what if like she's a cool chick and y'all like you didn't know that because y'all was just pumping and dumping, and then like what if she got a good personality and your homeboy he pump and dump her and he find out about the personality, now he want to date her, so like why even go down that road? Like, no, just everybody go back to their own special corners. If you know this dude only because of me, having a relationship with him, then you need to leave him alone. And if he in any of my homegirls' face, I'm gonna handle him. That they already know. Don't put yourself in that predicament, because guess what? Now you can't ask me why I didn't want him. You can't ask me no advice. I'm not getting involved in that. And what you get is what you get. What I do, D-Darrell, I was chilling. I just be chilling.
So two things I want to say, and I'm glad you highlighted D-Darrell's comment, because I was about to say, shout out to D-Darrell. You know, I know his ass was down there, you know, at Southern pumping it up and all them fine ass Louisiana women out there, them thick ass.
Allegedly.
I don't know. D-Darrell seemed like he got a pass. I bet he could come up here and tell us and give us some info.
Them thick ass, big booty, wide spread thigh Louisiana chick. I know he was down there pumping up and them.
He been married all his life. I doubt it. He been married all his life.
Yeah, right. D-Darrell had a pass before he got married. Come on now.
The old D-Darrell, the young D-Darrell before he was married.
Yeah, the backsliding D-Darrell.
Yeah, been a one woman man all his life.
Look at him. He go look what he went legit.
Right. Exactly. Hey, look at him.
Hey, but now also I'll say this too. Another phenomenon that I've been noticing when it comes to like just the way, I guess this whole side chick culture thing now compared to like growing up as a kid, that I noticed from like other people. Like back then, like everybody knew their role. Like the wifey knew her role and the side chick knew her role, and everybody treated each other according to whatever role that you was playing. You know what I'm saying? Like nowadays, from what I be seeing, and to be honest with you, I can't really blame these side chicks for kind of having the attitude and just acting the way they are, because I really blame a lot of these niggas, man, especially these trick ass niggas, because they the ones that really like blurred the lines. Because you got niggas, particularly in this space, giving side chicks or just random chicks that they messing with, don't even have no real serious relationship with, giving them like wifey privileges and shit like taking them to Home Depot and buying them brand new kitchen appliances and shit like that.
Oh Lord,
like that shit don't make no sense to me. I thought shit like that was reserved for like wifey, and you know what I'm saying, like to me, what the hell is you doing buying your side chick, like taking her like to Lowe's and Home Depot for, like I said, if that's not your wifey, bro, like you shouldn't be treating side chick to no shit like that. Like to me, you kind of burn the lines when you do this some bullshit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Smooth, Third, real smooth.
Well, I slightly disagree with what Third just said. Listen, if you put yourself in a position to be a side dude or a side chick, hey, that's on you. Nobody asked you to take those gifts. I think a real woman would be like, nah, if we committed, we in a relationship, then I would take those gifts. I'm the only one. But if they know that they on the side, that's on them.
Let me ask you this, Topaz, and just play along with me here, okay? So let's just say you was in a relationship, right? But you had a side nigga on the side. Like I said, just play with me on this one. Don't.
Yeah, because before you go into the scenario, let me say this.
Put this out there. I've never had a side.
Let me say this. I don't have side dudes. There's way too many peni in my life at that moment.
Disclaimer.
There's one too many. Yeah. But if was a fifth, okay, now go ahead then.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Topaz had to get a disclaimer, but
yeah.
So there's privileges that you can give to your main nigga, right? To hubby, whatever, right? So are you gonna get those same privileges to the nigga that you just getting it in with on the side? Like, are you gonna treat him in that same kind of manner, or I guess?
Wait a minute, Third. And he's satisfying you in the bed, got your toes curling, doing all types of stuff you like in the bed.
Are you gonna treat him in the same kind of manner that you would, your main nigga? Like, are you gonna do the same things for him that you would do for your hubby? Like,
okay, hear me out. It depends, because it depends on why I got the side nigga, right?
Get out of there.
No, I'm gonna go ahead and tell y'all, right? So if I got the side nigga because I'm bored and I got a point to prove or whatever, no, because I need to keep him in the mind frame that you are not gonna ever be main. Okay, you are gonna be side, and then you're gonna be left alone. Those are your options. Now, if I got the side dude because he a good dude, and I feel like, hey, why I can't have just two of them? I bet I can figure it out. Then yeah, because they gonna both be equal. They're gonna be co-main men. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna be co-workers. They're gonna be partners. So like, therefore, yeah, I'm gonna give them the same thing. So it depends on why I got a side dude.
This the real Topaz.
Whatever. Listen, I have never engaged in such behaviors. This is all conjecture. And Third Ward asked me to play pretend with him. We're using our imaginations. So if I could imagine a world in which I'm okay with having an extra penis around, then like this kind of stuff will come into play. See, the niggas forget that you said the word if.
No, this is true. But hey, shout out to everybody in the chat, man. D. Darrell, Charles Merchant, I see you in the chat. Wadner, Bronze dipped in Cap. I saw you out there capping for, I ain't gonna say her name, but shout out to her. We know who he's talking about. But
It's
yeah,
a trap.
man.
You right, Black. It is a trap. This is why I like playing games with
She fell
y'all,
for it.
because y'all don't never act right. But go ahead.
Shout
Now
out
watch
to
it's
Bad
gonna be a
Priest.
soundbite somewhere like Topaz said she
Oh yeah,
gonna
I
have
got the
all
clip
these a
ready now.
million
I got
niggas.
the clip ready now.
Oh Jesus.
But no, y'all ready to go to sports talk?
Yeah, real talk before we Copez with her wanna play a game? Jigsaw looking ass.
No, first of all, okay, so LaShawn, that was Third Ward's imagination, okay? And second of all, that was you asking, want to play a game? Now, see what I did, this is why you can't never be nice to niggas. Because I said I'll go along with it, and then now all of a sudden it's me. You see what I'm saying? Like, this how they get you. So Black was right, it's a trap.
You know how we twist the stories around. You know how
of
we
course,
do as Black
that's what
folks.
y'all do. Y'all like mental gymnasts. Y'all
This
verbal.
Going to shade room. This going to shade room. Topaz has a side
y'all
dude and a main
gymnasts, okay? Y'all do the most amazing trick. Y'all are Simone Biles with words. That's what y'all act like on here. But it's all right. Let's go to sports talk, okay? Because I'm done. I quit.
Anyways, let's go to sports talk, like you said.
Wait, before we do that, I just wanted to, just to remind everybody, this is Topaz right here.
Oh Lord.
Here we go.
Hello. Do you want to play a game?
That's Topaz.
See, this why we don't let niggas have toys. Whatever. You let niggas get a roadcaster, and this is what they do with it. But okay.
Actually, that was just off of my phone. But
also, niggas don't need the internet. So you can't even have the internet because this is what you do. Okay, I got you.
But best believe though, when I get a roadcaster, I get like the top notch equipment. Oh yeah, I'm finna be acting a motherfucking fool with it. You already know. So
I already know.
Well,
see, look, LaShawn, you are right. He did set me up, and then Charles Merchant. Like, look, see, we ain't even talking about all them extra different types.
Charles know the truth. You know Charles know the game.
We was not even talking about all them extra positions. Nobody say nothing about none of that. But all right,
you should never listen to Third. Everybody
I learned something today.
We're cubbies, yeah, facts. Okay, so
wait. L. Nixon said you got to schedule all these dudes. Facts, dude. She got all these dudes in check.
What all these dudes? I know all these dudes. I don't know what y'all talking
about. She like Dante on Monday, Rashad on Tuesday, Rick
on Wednesday.
Yeah.
That's not even good box maintenance right there. Who would do all that? Ain't nobody doing all that.
Mario on Saturday. Shout out to Mario in the chat, man.
That sounds like a whole lot. And
Brandon on Sundays. No, fuck with you. I'm get out of here.
Y'all so messy.
I forgot about Jay Shine. Yeah.
See,
let me get out of there now. But facts, facts. Like I said, when I get that roadcaster, bro, and get that real professional equipment, I'm gonna be cutting my ass up on these damn panels. You already know.
Shout out to C.
Well, I do now, but it's just gonna be more professional with it. So
okay.
You have the professional equipment. I'm just kind of like winging it off of my phone right now. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, once I get the real professional equipment, I'm definitely gonna take it to a whole nother level. So you already know.
But when you guys let me know, because I'm not gonna be in nobody chat until you get your heart's fill of all of the messiness that you're gonna come up with.
But we're gonna go ahead get into it on the sports talk segment of For the Record TV again with your boy Third World Colombian. So actually, right now there's really no. Right now you got baseball going on. I watch baseball here and there, but I'm not like I used to watch when I was growing up. It's not as interesting anymore. But NBA is over. The Bucks won the championship. Football season starts up, I think, in another month and a half, I want to say. But right now you do have or the other night you actually had the NBA draft, which it was all right. It wasn't really too many. It was maybe like a handful of players who I thought were great players or decent players or had a potential to be great players. But overall, it wasn't like one of the classic drafts that you've seen from like years ago or back in the day or whatever. So I kind of really didn't pay too much mind to it. But there was an interesting shake up and trade that happened involving the Los Angeles Lakers. So we're going to get into that. So, excuse me, the Los Angeles Lakers have acquired the Washington Wizards point guard superstar Russell Westbrook by trading away Kyle Kuzma, Montrezl Harrell, and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, or KCP, and the number 22 draft pick from Thursday night's NBA draft. And now they have Russell Westbrook to play with LeBron and Anthony Davis. Now, my immediate response to this is good for the LA billboards. It's good to sell tickets or whatnot for the star power. We all know the Lakers damn near like most of their historical players have been superstar players or whatever, but I don't think it really helps them in the long run. I don't think they're going to win a championship with LeBron, AD, and Westbrook, because I mean, all three of those guys are very ball dominant guys. They need the ball in their hand at all times to be effective. And I just don't see it working out. To me, LeBron and Westbrook are kind of like the same player. They usually average about the same amount of stats. They do the same exact thing on the court. So I don't see that working out for too long. I think in the regular season it may work, but when the playoffs come, I don't see that being a good pairing up of the two. I think eventually it's going to lead to, a bunch of, discomfort, and, somebody going to have to, and, both of those guys want to run the ship and want to be the team captain. Somebody going to have to take a back seat, and we all know it ain't going to be Bron because, his ego too big for that. So we'll see how that works out, but I don't think it's going to work out. But if it does, hey, more power to them. But I just don't see that working out, though. What you think, Brandon?
Man, hey, listen, you don't want to hear from me because I love to see them three get together and, man, dominate the sport, the NBA, man. I think I see a trophy in their future, to be honest with you. But, but then, like you said, it also could be some ego tripping. Maybe Westbrook and LeBron might not get along. It could happen like that, so.
Yeah, I don't see that working out for too long. There might be a good regular season pairing up, but in the long run in the playoff, I don't see that happening. I just don't see it working out long term. So,
but real quick, do you back to the draft real quick? Terrence Clark, player, he used to play for the University of Kentucky.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. He had passed away, and the NBA had honored him on the NBA draft. I thought that was dope, man. Shout out to them for doing that. They had his mama.
What did they know the cause of it?
Oh, car accident. He had a car accident out there in LA.
Damn, man, that's messed up. He was young too. That damn, bro. Yeah. So he was like damn near like inches away. Yeah, facts, Dieter. I definitely agree with you on that. Any soft is toilet tissue. So yeah, I agree. But nah, I mean, damn. So that old dude was like, Terrence Clark was like super close to reaching his dream, and damn, he ended up dying.
They had his mama. I don't know who the little boy was. I don't know if that was his son or her son, but they went up there on stage and shot him out and put on the hat and everything. I forgot what team he was drafted to. I think the Knicks, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I thought that was dope. Shout out to the NBA for that.
Yeah, that's sad, man. When young players be like within inches of a dream or their goal, and something happen to where they just end up not making it, or they don't get to live out their dream. That's sad. But hopefully, man, his family heal from this, and it's crazy. Hey, Charles Merchant, bro, we speaking the same thing, bro. I agree, bro. everything he said in that comment, I definitely we agree, Charles. So hey, we on the same page on that one. I want to give a shout out to a few people I see, and shout out to Mahogany, Roots, and MJ. Appreciate you coming through. Shout out to Beach. Shout out to Beach Tourist Gang. Appreciate you coming through.
And Sir O for sharing the stream.
Yeah, shout out to Sir O. Also shout out to my brother Kenny Conjo earlier. He shared the stream like before we even went live. Shout out to Kenny, man. We appreciate you, bro.
Tech God Conjo. Shout out, man.
Yeah, man. So, but yeah, shout out to everybody that's coming up in here, man. All the people that's coming up in here right now. But yeah, I don't see this whole Westbrook, LeBron, and Anthony Davis pairing up. That's gonna be their big three. I don't see that working out long term.
It might dominate, man. I can see a future with them. I don't know. Hopefully they work it out.
And then what you got to realize is now the Lakers officially don't have a bench. Like they got a pretty decent starting five, but they don't have. And we all, in the regular season you can get away with not having a bench, but in the playoffs you need, at least 2 to 3 guys, maybe 4, who can come off the bench and give your starters, some rest. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't want starters playing damn near the whole game because they're gonna be gassed by the time the fourth quarter come around. So, most teams ideally want to have at least a 8-man rotation, maybe anywhere between the 8 to 10-man rotation, because it's like 15 players, I think, on an NBA roster. You know what I'm saying? As far as like who start, who's on the bench. So most teams ideally want to have an 8 to 10-man rotation. But when you don't have a bench, I mean, you pretty much playing your starters most of the game, and maybe like a couple people off the bench that really like are nobody. So I don't know. Like I said, the regular season, I think they'll do fine, but when the playoffs come and everything slows down and teams starting to like lock in on defense, I really don't think that they're gonna have much success with those guys. But we'll see. We'll see.
Oh, who did the Houston Rockets pick as first draft pick? Who was their first draft pick? Do you know?
It was number 2. I think they had the number 2 pick. Detroit had the
number 1.
No, hold on. Beach, that was an accident. He got unblocked. That was an accident, Beach. But I think they picked this young kid name. I think his name was it's Jay Cunningham, I want to say. I think his name is Jay Cunningham. Yeah. So we ended up
was that a good pick?
No, my bad. Jay Cunningham was the number 1 pick to Detroit. We got this guy named Jalen Green. I'm sorry. That's what we got. Yeah. Appreciate you, D-Darrell. Yeah, it was Jalen Green. I mean, him and Cunningham was the top 2 picks. So, I mean, hopefully we'll see what happens, But, my Rockets, man, we got a lot to, we pretty much, ever since we traded away Harden, we pretty much been in rebuilding mode. So, it'll probably be a minute before we get back to, being a top team in the West. Because, like I said, we in rebuilding mode. So,
Were you satisfied with that pick, by the way, for the Houston getting him, or you think that you got somebody else?
I thought it was the best pick on the board. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah, what I'm saying? It was the best pick that we had to make. So yeah, I mean, when you got an opportunity to get one of the top players on the board, you got to get them while they can, or you can. So somebody else will get them. So yeah, so I thought it was the best pick that we made for the options that we had at that time. So yeah, but yeah, so that's that's pretty much all I got for the another thing. So I'm gonna go to NFL real quick. So Deshaun Watson for the Houston Texans. So he's now back at training camp with the Houston Texans. He's been pretty much practicing, going through all the little practice drills. But right now with him pretty much still wanting out of Houston and still claiming that he doesn't want to be there anymore, they got him right now listed as,
and I don't blame him.
They got him listed as the fourth string quarterback. So even though he was the starter, the last 3-4 years, right now he's not listed as the starter. He's listed as the 4th string when clearly he's the best quarterback on that team. But because they still got to sort out all of these, legal situations with him, with these supposedly sexual allegations against him, and then him not wanting to be in Houston no more, he's listed as the 4th string quarterback. So I doubt he'll take any snaps in the preseason, maybe even in the regular season. So we'll see. I still think he'll get traded eventually. I'm not sure when, and I'm not sure to who. But, I mean, one team that definitely wants him or that's been asking about him is the Denver Broncos. But right now, they, like I said, because of this whole sexual allegations, case against him or whatever, a lot of teams that are interested in him, they want him, but they're still trying to see what's going to be the outcome of this situation before they make any of these final decisions or moves on trying to acquire him to their team. So it could be a little minute. He might end up spending most of this season or the whole season pretty much just sitting it out on the bench. So we'll see what happens. I'm not sure what's going to happen, but if I was him, I definitely would want out of Houston as well. You know what I'm saying? Just because of how they handle this whole situation. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, also give a shout out to Beach for sharing the stream. Appreciate the love and the support, fam. I appreciate that.
Shout out to Beach.
Yeah, Beach always showing love for holding it down and shit like that. Appreciate you. But so we're gonna go to the next topic. And this next topic for sports talk. Actually, I was gonna put it as one of our small talk, but it actually fit in the sports segment.
Wait, before you go on, I was gonna ask you, do any updates with Richard Sherman? Anymore?
Well, actually, yeah, there was one. Pretty much, he went to court. I guess they dropped all the charges or whatever.
Okay.
And I guess he has to do some kind of
Counseling.
get counseling and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, so they dropped the charges, which I kind of figured that was gonna happen anyway. Somebody like him with his, prestige and money, like them type of guys, they always gonna get, the soft pat on the wrist, and then, you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, that's true.
So I'm not surprised at that. But yeah, that's really the only thing I heard about that. Shout out to D-Rock Den for the cash app. We appreciate the love and the support.
Right on, man.
Also shout out to 1Gs. I see you up in here. Shout out to Pastor $40. You know what I'm saying?
Shout out to Pastor $40.
Hey, $40 Nation. You know what I'm saying? But we're gonna go to this next topic. This one's a pretty controversial one. Like I said, I was gonna say this for the small talk, but I said actually this fits perfectly in the small talk. I mean, in the sports talk segment, because it has to do with sports. So y'all pretty much know about the Olympics and what's been going on. You've had quite a few people that's been in the Olympics, and at some point they've quit or left the Olympics. And recently you had gymnast superstar Simone Biles recently quit the Olympics out of nowhere at the last minute, and it's caused a bunch of controversy, and so many people feel different ways about it. But I want to get everybody's take on it once we come back from this clip. So go ahead, Topaz, roll that clip.
Okay, about guess the age.
Simone Biles.
The Olympics.
Okay.
We want to turn now to the Summer Olympics. Tonight, the U.S. is back on top in the medal count with 25, followed by China with 21. But the biggest story of the day was the shocking news that gymnastics superstar Simone Biles abruptly pulled herself out of the team finals to focus on her mental health. CBS's Jamie Yuccas is in Tokyo.
It was a stunning moment. USA Gymnastics said there was a medical issue. Biles said she simply wasn't mentally ready.
I just felt like it would be a little bit better to take a back seat, work on my mindfulness.
The look on her face since competition began Sunday said it all.
It's been really stressful, this Olympic Games. I think just as a whole, not having an audience, there are a lot of different variables going into it. It's been a long week. It's been a long Olympic process. It's been a long year.
The team's hope of gold turned to silver. Stephanie Apstein covers gymnastics for Sports Illustrated.
They were a little surprised by how different it would feel to get here and have no crowd energy to feed off, and especially not to have the people they love in the stands.
In another shocker, home country tennis star Naomi Osaka, who lit the Olympic cauldron after withdrawing from the French Open in June because of her own mental health concerns, was knocked out in straight sets. Meanwhile, the cloud of COVID continued to hover, with more than 150 Olympics-related cases now, and Tokyo recording its highest number of new infections since the pandemic began. Yet Team USA pulled in second behind Japan overall and is tied for first with China in the gold medal tally. On a wave of victories, Carissa Moore took home the first ever gold medal in women's surfing. And first-time Olympian, 17-year-old Lydia Jacoby, won gold in the 100-meter breaststroke. Back home in Alaska, a state with only one Olympic-length swimming pool, her high school classmates were ecstatic.
Individual gymnastics events begin on Thursday, but Biles will not comment on if she's competing or not. She said in the press conference she's going to take time to evaluate where she is and decide day by day. Nora?
We'll be watching. Jamie Yuccas, thank you so much.
Yeah, so my take on this is this. Okay, so pretty much she claims that she's quitting because of the whole mental health. And let me say this before I get into what I really want to say. Let me say this: I'm not trying to downplay anybody that needs mental health, because I think as Black folks, I think we really don't take mental health as serious as we should. And I think a lot of times we do we do kind of like put it on the back burner. We kind of just push it to the side, and like I said, we really don't address it in the manner that we should. So I think it's a good thing that now people are starting to, take it more seriously and starting to actually get the mental health, the help that they need. But I got to be honest about the situation with Simone Biles and anybody else that pretty much was, on the same type of stuff that she was on. Like, my thing is this: if you knew your mental health was already kind of messed up or it wasn't in the right place, then why even sign up for the Olympics in the first place? Because at the end of the day, like you got to understand, when you sign up for these type of things and when you're a professional athlete, like, regardless of what people think, you do have a duty and an obligation to basically live out, your contractual agreements. You know what I'm saying? So, my thing is, if she really felt like it was really that bad, I would have rather her have just not even signed up for the Olympics in the first place and be like, you know what? I don't think that I could, do the Olympics, the Summer Olympics this year, because, right now I'm not in the perfect headspace that I would want to be able to focus strictly on the Summer Olympics, to be able to compete at a high level. You know what I'm saying? And, and I think that would have been more appropriate, but for her to just kind of like sign up for it in the Olympics and then compete, and then just in the middle of it quit. She not just quitting, on the Olympics and on herself, but she quitting on her teammates as well. You know what I'm saying? Because you the star, you the captain, and they looking up to you, to kind of guide them and lead them to victory and to represent the U.S. And you just kind of quitting at the last minute without giving anybody a heads up. That's kind of like that is kind of, I mean, that's unprofessional. It's kind of like, when you got a job and you do a no call, no show, instead of calling them ahead of time and letting them know, like, hey, I'm not gonna be able to make it into work because of X, Y, and Z, or something came up. Like, at least give people a heads up notice and let them know, like, hey, I thought I was gonna be able to make it, but I'm not gonna be able to make it because of X, Y. And I feel like she could have done the same thing with this situation, like to just quit, like on the spot, on the at the Olympics, on the scene like that. I don't really.
You finish. I'm gonna go next, but go ahead.
Let me go next after him, Topaz. I know you're gonna break it down, but let me be.
Okay, cool. Okay.
I don't think that was
already.
Yeah, I don't think that was appropriate. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, she could have just not even competed at all, period, and just worked on it then. But to kind of quit in the middle of an event, Olympic event, I think that was kind of weak on her part.
Yeah, man, I agree with everything Third just said. I'm shocked. I didn't know he was gonna take it that far, but we just can't sugarcoat it, man. She looked like a sore loser. Like, she was just upset that she didn't perform well. She didn't give it her full potential. She just, she just had a bad day. She should have just stuck it out and did what she had to do. And hey, you didn't win or nothing. You just got a bronze or didn't get nothing at all, no medals. Hey, just, you stuck it out, but now you're looking like a quitter. You're walking out on the team. I guess they talked to her behind the scenes, told her, hey, go back out there and cheer for your teammates. Don't leave them out there hanging. And she came back. So that's how I look at it. The same way Third basically said. She's a quitter. She let us down. She let America down, man. And shout out to Charles Merchant. He said Sha'Carri Richardson would have smoked the competition.
Hey, Nixon ain't shit in this chat. I just want them to know that.
Yeah, real quick. I just want to add one thing in here, real quick. Had there been, like, for instance, like, let's say, let's just not even let's take her out the equation real quick. Let's put somebody. Let's say, Tom Brady, for example. Let's say, he plays a whole regular season of football. And they get to the Super Bowl, and then when the Super Bowl, like let's say like at halftime or like in the first quarter, this nigga be like, well, you know what? I don't think I can continue the rest of the Super Bowl game, because I really need to work on my mental health, and right now my headspace isn't, or my mind is in the correct headspace to kind of proceed with this game. Like, he would get him, not even just him, but him being a white guy, but even a brother, an athlete, a brother that's an athlete, they would get literally chewed out and spit out by the mainstream sports media for doing that. You know what I'm saying? So to me, I can't give Simone a pass for this. Like I said, now had she had done this prior to actually signing up, and she would have been like sitting out from the get-go and done this, then I would have been like, okay, you know what? She, I applaud her for that, because, at least she didn't waste nobody's time thinking that she was going to compete in something, and then, she quit at the last minute. So that's my take on it. But
hey, wait, one more thing, because Beach just reminded me. Also, I was hearing ladies say they blaming the boyfriend. She was worried about her boyfriend cheating because she's out there in Tokyo. He's out in another city, whatever, in the States over here. So he might be out there pumping and dumping, bunch of groupies. Stop blaming black men. Listen, the military guys, they got to go out there and perform. They got to, fight for our country. They don't go around saying, oh, I think my wife cheating on me. No, they out there fighting for our country, fighting for our lives. So, hey, man, we all got to work. We all got to work about our job, put our job first.
Hold on.
And then come home.
let me say this to Queen of the South. I'm not saying that the Olympics have been ruined because of black women. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that at the end of the day, there's a thing called professionalism, and in any kind of job or career that you have, you have to let people know ahead of time what's going on with you. You can't just leave people hanging because it doesn't just affect that one person; it affects everybody else. Like I said, it's not even just affecting Simone Biles; it's affecting her teammates. It's the other chicks that was on the team because, like I said, they look up to her. So when she just quit like that, they probably was like, well, what the fuck is going on? Like, damn, like, so we just got to wing this shit without her. Like, so you're not just putting yourself in a kind of messed up situation or an unfortunate situation. You putting your teammates, and then of course, you represent America, represent the country in the Olympics. You putting America in a unfortunate situation. You know what I'm saying? Because it looks bad on the whole country as a whole, because that's the country that you represent. So
wait. B said he is cheating though with the girls wearing better weaves, and she's mad. What you trying to say about her hair, man? She was looking good. She was looking what they call it, on fleek. She was on fleek, man. She ain't got worried. She ain't jealous or nothing, man. She just couldn't perform right. It's on her.
Let Kobe or one of them MJ, like in the finals, be like, oh, you know what, I'm out, man, because
you won't hear the end of it. You won't hear the end of it.
Exactly. My matter of fact, I remember LeBron in one of the finals he had a while back. He had a cramp. Like he had a cramp in the middle of the game, and he damn near, I think, left the game for some cramps, and he got chewed out for that because a lot of niggas was like, man, see these new NBA players, man, nowadays they soft, they weak as fuck, man. Back in the day, niggas used to play with broken fingers and all kind of stuff. These niggas leaving because of cramp, man. Like, man, LeBron weak as shit. Like that, like so. Right. Like I'm saying, bro, like if LeBron got, and y'all know me, I'm not even a LeBron fan like that, but if he got,
somebody said Lee Cramps. Somebody said Lee Cramps.
Yeah, if he got chewed out for that, if LeBron got chewed out for having cramps and leaving the game, then to me, I'm like, you talking about mental health, but you could have sat out from the beginning. Like that's my only thing. Like I said, she should have just sat out from the beginning, period, if that's what it really was. But you got to tell Pez, my bad.
Wait, before she go in, somebody said Simone is not cute. Listen, I didn't say she wasn't cute or cute at all. I just said her hair was nice. Her nice, it was on fleek. But go ahead, T.
Okay, so I looked at this when I first heard about it. I looked at it from two different perspectives, right? I thought about me, like if I had put money on the Olympics or if I was the coach or whatever. Here's the thing. People, when they decide that they don't want to play anything, if you force them to play after that, it's not going to be at their tip-top shape. Right now, they're a liability. So what I would say is the first time she started thinking like she didn't want to play, tell me so you can go, because at this point, you're not up. I would rather lose with people who want to be there, that got their heart and their head in the game, than win with somebody who kind of like just gave it the least amount of effort. And the reason for that is because that person now is going to feel like they are the team. And I ain't got time for it. I really don't. So personally, I'm not mad at her for pulling out whenever she pull out, because the point is, if she claims she couldn't do it, what's to say that if she went out there and did it, that she was going to get it right? She was already getting low scores anyway. So and we have to think about the fact that the Olympics is stressful. That is a higher level of competition, even more so than just professional athletes that play every week here, because there's another opportunity the next week. In the Olympics, you got to wait 4 more years. So therefore, I can imagine that is extremely stressful for somebody who is actually that's their job. That's what they do for a living, is that they're in the Olympics doing sports. So that's some stress that I couldn't even imagine going through. So if she says she can't do it, let her out. And you're supposed to have a contingency plan for that. Who gonna step up? Because nobody on any team is ever irreplaceable. So if she can't do it, let's say that somebody else said they couldn't do it. Who gonna step in their place? And we're gonna keep this show going. We're gonna keep this show on the road.
And real quick, not to cut you off. Hold on, real quick, not to cut you off, fam. But that's another reason you brought up a good point. I agree. Because the Olympics is not it's not like the NBA Finals or the Super Bowl where it comes around every year. This is a every 4 years event, so it means it doesn't come around often. So because of that, and the Olympian athletes that partake in these Olympian events know that this is why I feel like she had all the time in the world to to make accommodations for whatever type of mental health.
And I'm gonna get to that in a second. But look at Beach comment. Okay, so y'all do know that in the world of gymnastics, ain't she 25?
Yeah.
Okay,
She
get old. She can't. What if she ain't got it no more? You know what I'm saying? She was already making low scores. What if she ain't got it? She can't do it. You know, I'd rather her get on out the way to make room for somebody younger. This might be their shot. This might be how we start paying attention. And then here's another thing. Simone has not only gotten all of the gold, like I looked at how many gold medals and how many medals she has overall in Olympics and stuff. Like she's done more than you can expect. And she has created moves that other people won't even practice to try to do. Like it's never going to be done at all. And it's not just one time she did this. She did this several times. To be honest with you, I personally feel like this was going to be her last Olympics anyway, because the next one was she going to be 29. What gymnast you know is 29? So like, yeah, to be honest with you, I'm not shocked. Now let's talk about the mental health thing, right? So y'all know why we have labor unions. Before we had labor unions, people who owned companies used to work their workers into the ground. That like it was not set up to care about your health, physical, mental, otherwise, right? And I don't think it's right. Like whoever, what did y'all say, LeBron? I don't think it's right that people tell him that he's weak if he come off the court because he got a cramp. Look, y'all not living these athletes' life, and so if he got a cramp, he could potentially tear his ACL, and now his career is over. Trying to stay out there and play so that y'all won't call him weak. Or he could get his ass off the court, go get some physical therapy, and be back ready for the next game. I do think that we had a lot of athletes in the past that have all of these horrible injuries that now, when in their old age, is coming out. And that's why we have laws now. It's illegal. You can't just keep shooting them full of steroids and putting them back out there, because we now have evidence of what it does to you in the long run. So these people are human beings. I don't think that y'all should be yelling at LeBron for coming off the court if he got a cramp, just like I don't think that anybody should be yelled at for coming off the court if they have a mental health thing or if they have a physical thing. Now, Dee Durrell put in a chat earlier that she's clinically depressed. So what I happen to know, and here's the thing, I'm not requiring y'all to know. If you don't do it for a living, you don't have to care. All you have to worry about is the fact that you wanted to see her flip and you don't get to. That's fine. But getting into whether or not what she should have done and what she could have done, understanding what depression does, sometimes you don't know you depressed. Sometimes you don't know until it's too late. Sometimes she thought she was okay. Maybe she thought she could push through it. And then she get out there and then like the little mat on the floor looks daunting. And that's when you are, reminded, it's illuminated to you. You can't do this. So there have been times even in your job, y'all use that example. When you no call, no show, they could be mad about it. But if this ain't a pattern of yours, you still have a right to say, hey, listen, this is the only time this happened. It was an emergency. My bad. It won't happen again.
But fam, you don't think that person, even with them going through whatever it is they're going through, they can't take a couple minutes out of their time to call and say, hey, I don't think I'm gonna be able to make this. I don't think that's an impossible task to do.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. If it's medical, you sometimes don't know, but also mental health, sometimes you don't know. Like, here's the thing. Would you have rather her went out there and did it anyway and then messed up and then the team got like nothing? Or do you want her whenever she finds out to move out and let somebody else get out there?
Personally, I would have rather her just not even compete or sign up to be in the Olympics this year if she knew, because I got to be real.
And that's what I'm saying. She might not have known. She might not have known until then.
I call bullshit on that, because let's be real. I think most human beings, we know, like, before we engage in engage in something or sign up for something, we kind of know at that time what we going through, how our mindset is. Like, I don't just think that at the last minute out of nowhere she just started having mental issues or clinical depression. Like, no, I think this is something that's kind of been around for a minute, lingering. Maybe she's been putting it off.
Okay, and do you think that her coach was possibly like, you can work through it, come on, keep going? So she did say something, but your coach, sometimes your job, if you've ever tried to call in and say, hey man, my throat hurt, and then they be like, well, you sure you can't show up? And you go ahead and get there, and then now you got a fever. By lunchtime, you got to go home anyway. That ain't never happened with y'all?
Well, what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is that, like I said, okay, let's just say what you're saying is true. Let's just say that her coach was pushing her. At that point,
I'm not saying her coach is pushing her. What I'm saying is we don't know what made her think she could push through. One, she may not have known that she couldn't push through until she got there and saw the mat. Like, there are triggers. Like, when you think about mental health, there are triggers. There are things that, like, you was having a great day until you walked past something and a memory came and now you fucked up. You was fine that morning. You had all kinds of things planned, but now it's going to have to be rescheduled.
What I'm saying is this. I agree with what you're saying, but what I'm saying is this. At the end of the day, like I said, I think she been having underlying mental health issues or clinical depression issues, like Dee Durrell was saying. But I think she was probably, putting it, in the back of her mind and suppressing it like a lot of, black folks do.
That's true. We do that.
But at the same time, I don't think her doing it at the Olympics, in the middle of an event was the right place for that. You know what I'm saying? I think if she knew whatever issue she was having before that, like I said, she should have just never even signed up and said, you know what, guys, I don't think I'm going to be able to do this Olympics this year because, lately I've been dealing with a whole bunch of personal issues, mental issues, and I want to get them sorted out. That way, when they do have another Olympic event, in another 4 years, I can come back well prepared. I could be focused. My mind could be, strictly on this. I don't have to worry about my mind being scatterbrained all over the place. And that way I can, give you and my coach and my teammates, the best performance and, the best, my best performance in cooperation when it comes to, us trying to win a gold medal. You know what I'm saying? I think that would have been the appropriate way to handle it. You know what I'm saying?
And I can hear you, and you could prefer that all day, but this is what happened. This is what actually happened in life. And what I'm saying is it's not that far-fetched. So now we can't go back in time and we could say, yeah, it would have been more appropriate. It would have been more helpful if she had never gone to the Olympics, but we don't know why she ended up still going there anyway. The important thing is that like she's not leaving the team high and dry like people are saying, because they have people that can step in and do what needs to be done. She would have been in the way. Do we really want to normalize people being in the way? And then like, would you rather be sitting on the side of her, comforting her if she fucked up and then got the team no medal? Or do we want to focus more? Like personally, I feel like we shouldn't even be talking about it. I feel like once you withdrew, then you are no longer the topic of discussion. We're gonna focus on the people that was able to go through it and what they got. And apparently they got a silver. I thought they got gold, but apparently they got silver. So now the topic for me isn't, Simone withdrew, because to me that's like, I would be pissed off if I was on the team, because I'm like, okay, so she didn't even play, but she's more important than the medal we did get. Like, no, come on now. Like, if once you withdraw, okay, you move, you go over there, you supposed to be too busy doing what you supposed to be doing instead of giving interviews. And now we talk about what we're going to uphold and uplift is the fact that they pulled it off and they got a silver medal. Now that's something that we actually have that we can add to our medal count for the USA. All this giving her this extra attention for what? If she is truly depressed, let her go over there and deal with her depression. And we're going to talk about the people who were actually able to make it through. We're going to pay attention to the people who didn't have any issues that got in their way. So to me, I just really think that this is in the way.
Okay, let me ask you this. To you and all the women that's in the chat watching, would y'all get that same leeway to if it was a male that had did the same thing you did?
Yeah, because to me,
okay,
I don't want to.
If y'all say so, then okay, then you know what, y'all at least y'all being fair. But I don't know, I sense a little cap in there. But okay,
no, because here's the thing: I don't like to reward bad behavior. So what I don't want to happen is somebody see this and all the attention that she getting, and then the next time we have an Olympics, somebody else pull out right before then, and ain't shit wrong with them, but they just feel like, now it's time for me to get an interview to talk about my mental health. That's what I don't want to reward. I want to reward the people who were able to go through, because I heard another topic. People were going on about this earlier this week, and they were saying, well, what does this mean for people coming up? They think quitting is okay. Now that I don't want this to be used as something that could be an alternative come up if you ain't good enough to actually make it in the sport. I feel like we need to focus on the people who actually were able to. We need to pay attention to the people who trained and who were ready and what they did so that they didn't have to walk away because of mental health. If they had something going on in their life, how were they able to overcome it? Because they still played and she didn't. So I personally feel like we need to put our focus there. That's a behavioral health. That's a behavioral analysis technique. And I think that more people need to practice it. We're going to pay attention to the people who did what needed to be done. Everybody else who couldn't, whatever their reasons was, let them go handle that. If it's true that you got mental health issues, then you need to be focused on that and not doing interviews.
I actually agree with both of you guys, but this is what I think Topaz not probably going to understand is the fact that the fans, in sports, they don't care about how you feel. They don't care about your mental health. If you're not out there competing and bring back home a trophy, they gonna clown you. They gonna crucify you. When Tom Brady brought the Patriots all types of Super Bowls, how many Super Bowls? Like 5, 7 right now. But when he dropped that ball going against the Giants, motherfucker was clowning him for that. All the work he put in, people still criticize. So if he if he would have did an interview with like, oh, I was going through mental health, I couldn't perform as good. They gonna clown him, man. They don't give a damn about your feelings, emotions to the side. Bring us back a trophy. Bottom line, male or female.
Well, and that's part of it. When you are in the sports field, you got to understand that the fans want what they want. You can't look to them for your support system. If you are going through something, you need to have somebody closer to you to help you work through that. The fans are not responsible for that. So I get that. I completely understand that. What I'm saying is, if y'all want to know why this kind of thing happens, I don't think we need to be that hard on her, because I feel like we don't need to even pay that much attention.
Let me say,
I mean, as a fan, though, that's what I say. As a fan, the person who
y'all
is a
can
fan
want
of
what
this
y'all want,
field,
and y'all can feel how y'all feel. But I'm just telling you why things like that happen.
Right. Oh yeah. Like I said, I agree with that. But I'm just saying, fans gonna get you for that anyway. You let the team down, they're gonna get you. Go ahead, Third.
Right.
Yeah, let me say this, and then if we want to, we can go to the next topic after this. But if you can, Topaz, go up and highlight. I think it shout out to Charles Merchant when he was talking about Kyrie. Yeah, I agree. And this goes to show the hypocrisy and basically just like how unfair and balanced it is when it comes to, the passes that women get when it comes to things like that versus the men. So earlier last season in the NBA, and this was during the regular season. This wasn't during the playoffs and nothing like that. Charles Merchant. Kyrie in the middle of the season, he had took a 7 to 10 game hiatus where he just had like kind of it says Kyrie did it recently. Anyway, but he did like a 7 to 10 game hiatus where he kind of like just had took off for personal and mental health reasons and issues. But the thing is, like Charles Merchant said, he didn't do it during the middle of the game. He did it like way before the game like even started. So he basically gave the team a heads up, and he got crucified for that shit damn near like most of the season.
Shouldn't have. He shouldn't have got crucified for it. And all I'm saying is that sometimes you know beforehand and sometimes you don't.
So
I think Topaz understands that she keep the same energy for men and female. But what I just want her to understand is this is just the way fans are in the sports. Like I'm saying, they don't care about how many medals you won. You got to keep on winning nonstop.
I agree with Brandon, and I'm even though that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm trying to make is that at the end of the day, like I said, just give people a heads up, whatever you're going through, because that's your job as a professional athlete, as a professional, whatever, 9-to-5 worker. Like, let people know what like that's the whole purpose of, letting your supervisor, whoever's over you, let them know, like, hey.
Oh, you're saying like let the team know how you're feeling right now. Don't do it right on the spot. I agree with that.
Now that's true, but the problem with that comes in is when you if you have a coach that understands that and they understand how that benefits not only the one competitor but also the entire team. When you get good coaches and they do their job well, they will take that into consideration. The only time that's not helpful is when you have two a overbearing coach, one that expects you to be a machine. But I do agree with what you're saying there, is because if let's say somebody put in the chat that her brother was just beat murder charges. So if her team knew that, everybody should have been expecting like, okay, well, let's put something together just in case she flip out or she can't do it. So here y'all are right. If there was something even happening, they should have been abreast of that situation so that way everybody can plan and it wouldn't have been no surprises. And so that's what Beach is saying in the chat. She said they practically live and sleep in the gym. Ain't no surprises. So even if she didn't know, you mean to tell me nobody else knew?
Well,
but she also saying it's the boyfriend. She think the boyfriend out there cheating.
Regardless of all of that, what I'm saying is, I don't just think within that moment while she was participating at that particular Olympic event, it just all of a sudden dawned and hit her like, oh, I got mental issues or I'm clinically depressed. Like, no, I think she been new. I think it's been lingering in her back of her mind. I just think she chose that particular moment to choose to kind of like, act on it. And, and what I find ironic about it is, this is after, her performance to where she didn't really do as well as most people thought she was going to do. And there was a few tricks that she did and like landings that she didn't land as smoothly as, she normally has in the past. And
Tarian was in the chat and he said that he knew something that wasn't put out there. So if he want to come up, I think that he can come up now and just because maybe he knows that we didn't.
Yeah, Brandon, if you want to, or whoever want to, if you want to post a link or whatever, that's cool. You know, if you want to come up here, yeah. But like I said, I just find it ironic that, her, performance wasn't as flawless as it's been in the past, and all of a sudden she's claiming she has mental health issues.
Now, okay, so third, and let me also say this to that point, right? Let's find, what if we find out that, yeah, she was just, it wasn't nothing wrong with her. Like somehow we find out that she was just mad because she didn't do as well as she thought. That's childish. And then I'm going to be against it, because now you're misusing mental health and mental illness for your own personal gain for something like that. And that is a problem for me. And so again, I'm going to be against the whole thing. So I hope that that's not what's happening.
The main point I'm trying to make here, though, if you don't get nothing else from what I'm saying, and I'm sticking to this point, but the main point I'm just making is that as human beings and as individuals, we all know whatever issues that we have, mental issues, emotional issues, spirit, whatever issues that we have, we know what issues that we have, and we don't just find out about those issues that we're having, on at one particular moment. It's something that we kind of already knew we've been having for a while. You know what I'm saying? Like, for instance, an alcoholic, he knows that he's been an alcoholic for years, especially been an alcoholic for years. He knows that he has an alcohol problem. Even if he doesn't want to admit it or, come to terms with it, he knows in the back of his mind that he has an alcoholic or that he's an alcoholic, and he has, substance abuse of alcohol. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, like, that's why I can't really just be like, oh, she just in that particular moment, all of a sudden she realized she had mental health issues or clinical depression. I'm not buying it.
I've seen it in work. I've seen it where people literally have no idea. Also, we have a culture where we're told that there is no such thing. So people might have an inkling of it, but they kind of brush it off. We don't pay attention to that. So I'm not saying all of that is what she's going through, but I'm just saying it is possible. It's not far-fetched. So now my question is, if we find out that she's lying, I'm going to have a problem with it.
Yeah. And shout out to Queen. She said Kerri Strug competed with a sprained foot. Let's not pretend y'all haven't seen women thug it out in the Olympics. Oh no, I'm not saying that at all. I know women who've been hurt before and still competed. Whether a family member died or they had an injury, they still pushed and competed. So I'm not saying that. That's why we're looking at Simone. Like you could have carried the team or at least still been there to support them instead of walking out. But we're gonna move on to the next topic though.
Hold on, I'm gonna put the link in here because I didn't know it wasn't in here. So there you go, Torian.
What's Snow to say? I think you all need to just leave that young lady alone. She says she has mental issues. Let's let it be. Black people need to learn how to give Black people grace. Okay. Did you guys do that for LeBron? And like they say, Kyrie Irving?
Get out of here.
Now, I'm gonna tell you this. Now, I didn't know about it because I don't keep up with sports. But if I was ever in a bar having a conversation about LeBron, I definitely would have been the one to stand up and be like, "How y'all gonna make that man play?" And he got kids and a family. You go out there and play then.
Real quick before we let Torian in here, I wanted to respond to a question that Beautifully Animated asked me in the chat. She asked me, "Have I dealt with depression before?" Yes, I have, multiple times in my life. But I'll say this: anytime I've dealt with depression in my life, I always knew that it was an issue of mine, ahead of time. So it wasn't something that I just, found out about at the last minute, or whatever. Like, it was something I kind of had been knowing for a while and kind of putting in the back of my mind for a minute, you know what I'm saying? Especially when I wasn't ready to really deal with it at that moment, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm saying I don't believe that Simone knew about it, or she just found out that she was having mental issues right then and there during that event. I'm not buying that, you know what I'm saying? But that's just my take on it. But what we're going to do right now is we're going to let Torian Rain in, then we're going to go to El Nixon, and then we're going to go to Beach. But Brandon, you want to say something real quick before because I see you came off.
No, I was just going to say, when Torian get down and say what do you say, I want El Nixon and Beach to say what they say, then we're going to move to the next topic.
Okay, gotcha. You got it, Torian.
Okay, well, like I said, there was some things that mainstream media, as I like to call it, did not put out there about the whole situation involving Simone Biles, and I can actually take it back a little bit. The reason why, she was going through what she was going through is because she actually suffers from ADHD and has since she was a child. So she takes Ritalin. When she competed in the different world competitions, they allowed her to have it. When she competed in Rio, they allowed her to have it. When she went over to Japan, they said she could have it, but then said she could not take it because it was considered quote unquote banned. So when you don't take that kind of medication, it throws you off. And if you mess up like that, like say on those beams, and you fall and mess something up and they're not there to catch you, then that could be the end of your career right there. So she wasn't able to take those meds that she was always taking when she was there. So they knew she was on it. It's not like it just came out of left field. They knew she was, that's what she was taking. It has been taken for years, like I said, since she was a child. That's number one. Someone else mentioned in the chat that about Larry Nassar, who was the doctor who was basically molesting and raping those girls. She was apparently one of the victims. So she was one of the ones that was going, he messed with a lot of them, like pretty much almost the whole team. He got like a lot of years in jail behind all of that. The other part too is as we all know, she is a top tier competitor. They even gave her her own move. She even got her a second move named after her. Do you know?
I think at this point, ain't it like 4?
I don't know. I don't know how many moves she has named after. I know she has 2 of them for sure. But one of them, and I actually did a video about this. Do you know that when she was competing, like in the pre-trials and everything like that, that they were shaving her points because they got mad and jealous that she was able to do moves that the other ones couldn't do? So they're like, oh, it's too hard for other ones to try to do, or she's too good, so we're going to shave her points so she doesn't score that high, even though they know she can do it. So they were already like out for her before she even got to the Olympics. And then when she got there and she was about, doing the performances and everything like that, they kept messing up her score on purpose because she was able to do maneuvers that the other competitors were not able to do as well as her. Basically, they were trying to say, like I said, they were trying to say that she was too good. And I'm like, well, if that's the case, I mean, you already knew that. So why are you trying to tone down her score so you can elevate somebody else's score? Basically, they didn't want her to win. It's almost like they just wanted her there for show. Basically, when you put all of it into perspective. Now, the girl who won the gold, whose name is Sanisa Lee, who won in the event that Simone was supposed to do, she won gold. Instead of them congratulating her, almost every headline that I saw them typing up about her, they made it, it was their way to take a dig at Simone. I'm like, you're supposed to be talking about the one who won, not the one who decided to get out of the competition due to their situation. So you literally are taking this moment away from the winner just to throw jabs at the person you felt that quit. And let me just say this right quick. So that Charlie Kirk, who, I don't know if y'all saw that video that Charlie Kirk put out about Simone, he's a bitch. I don't know if y'all saw that video, but he put out a very inflammatory video about her, calling her a sociopath. He doesn't even know the definition of the word, because everything that he tried to describe her as did not add up to being a sociopath. He made it political. He said, now that she, pulled out, now guess who gets the gold? Russia. The Russians get the gold. If he was smart enough, he would know that Russia is not even a team, because they had so many doping scandals against them that they had to compete under something called the Russian Olympic Committee, which is not technically Russia. So when that happened, I said, when she did that, I knew what was about to happen, and I knew people was going to start saying stuff like that, and they were going to turn it into a political thing. Someone was going to turn it into a racial thing, and that's exactly what happened, because it happens every single time. They said she was the shame of a nation. They said she's a quitter and all types of other things like that. That's why I said you could not force me to join any military in America, because have you seen how they treated their vets?
Right.
Do you see how they treat them at the VA? I said, you want me to do all these things for this nation, and if I screw up one time, even if it's not even my own fault, then I'm like the scum of the earth.
Right.
Right.
So that's some things that I said that mainstream media did not put out there. Oh, by the way, y'all was saying how they perform every 4 years. There's competitions that happen in between. They have world competitions that happen in between to help them qualify for the next Olympics. So they're always performing. We just don't see the world competitions. You have to actually go and look them up online. And by the way, she's actually has performed through injuries. She actually has.
I don't follow gymnastics.
So I'm gonna go on and tell y'all all the things that you don't see, because I know for the fact ain't nobody else up here.
Beast, hold one second. I was gonna say, Tori, was you finished? You still going?
It was actually it was a couple more things I had to say. Not much though. A lot of people don't know that when she was competing in a couple of those world competitions, one time she was performing with broken toes, and another time she was performing with kidney stones. Those are two painful things to perform through. I don't know if anyone here has ever passed a kidney stone before, but I heard it is extremely painful.
I've seen it happen, and it was something I ain't want to deal with. So I'm like, what do I need to not eat for that?
Yeah, I've heard about it.
Can y'all hear me say in the chat what these girls be coming straight up out the damn abortion clinic, and they still got to go compete because ain't nobody trying to hear that. Now, as an ex-coach, and as my daughter's still a member of USA Gymnastics, but we sure won't be competing after that molestation scandal. With them 300 girls getting molested by that man, and all that trauma. Oh yeah, y'all, I'm gonna bring it in all the way around. Them girls were still competing. What nobody cared. Didn't nobody say maybe they need a break then? That's 300 girls molested by the team doctor, not just a random. This one guy molested all these girls, and everybody kept quiet until somebody finally had a breakdown, and they had to be like, we can't cover this up so more. So I'm going to tell you how we cover, not we, because I don't coach anymore. And I'm going to keep on wearing bodysuits and be strong and have muscles in my arm until the day I can't have them no more. That's just how that's going to go for the people who like to be slick in the comments in them bodysuits. That's because that's what we do. We don't know no other way to dress, okay? That being said, back to Simone, and I'm going to break it all the way down. If you were to, we followed her because my dog coming in, first of all, wasn't nobody in the gym but white girls until Simone became so popular. Now, let me tell you where the money came in at, because of course, the gym that I worked at and my daughter practiced was a winning gym, which is why I picked that gym, because they were winning. Don't nobody want to go and pay. Gymnastics is very expensive. Like her tuition would probably, her tuition ran at her level, and we left at level 4. Was about $160 a month. $160 a month. I said a month. Okay, that was at her level. Had we kept on to the next level, we went up to 180, and then by the next time she competed, it would have been $200 a month. So we were left at $160 a month, and practice was about 12 hours a week. So that was like 3 days for 4 hours. This for a little girl who 9. Now, at 9 years old, you got to go in there. I'm sitting in there about to pass out, like going to my car, getting air, got to bring snacks. They do not get no snack break. So you got to come in there fed, hungry already. Don't bring your daughter to practice hungry. You should know better than that. You're not even getting a cracker. You get a sip of water, okay? You get some water on a water break when they tell you you can have a water break. Gymnastics is ran like some type of concentration camp. So your child, if you just not cut out for it, they just gonna still take your money. It's only a few girls, y'all, that make it to competition. The rest of the people just in there to keep the gym running and checks coming in. You understand that, right? Like on the team, it might have been 12 girls on the team, but nobody was winning but the same 3 or 4. They don't care. That gym got to run and operate, and that stuff is expensive, and they want the money. So they're not really studying the girls who not scoring. We want, here go the winners. Here go that 160 a month I'm getting from that's just her team. I did the math one day, I said, oh, okay, there's some millionaires up in here. So everybody owning a gym and gymnastics they're in the millionaire bracket, because you have no choice but to be. I mean, you got all that money coming in per girl. Now, when Simone came in as an underprivileged Black girl, that opened the door to grants. Now, Jim starts saying, well, hold up, and this is a true story. They went and they still doing it. Let's go to the projects. Let's come up with some grant money. Of course, Kiki and Bonquisha and them can't afford no $160 a month. Or let me remind y'all, the leotards themselves are $40. Practice. I'm talking about the practice leotard. You think you can go on a Target if you want to. That leotard does not cover to where, you know how y'all notice when they flip, you never see them really hanging out. There's a certain cut material in the way it's sold that you're not gonna see what you ain't supposed to see. That leotard is $40 just to practice in, and you're not gonna have the same one because you come in two times a week, and your daughter not gonna have the same leotard. That's just like, if you can't afford the sport, don't come to the sport. So you at least got about 5 leotards. And they, I'm just throwing it in there. So the projects can't afford. Kiki and them can't afford their tuition, but they see Simone Biles and they noticing these black girls. Hold on, let's see how we can get some money. So they brought in the grants. They got transportation vehicles to go over there to the projects to pick up little Kiki and Bunquisha and them, and we're gonna bring out the gymnastics. Them girls came in there. Y'all gonna get mad when I say this and ruin the damn gym.
Hey, real quick, Beach. We got a couple more people over, so we got to pass the mic. So, Nixon, go ahead.
Okay, all I say, we'll have to do that another day. When I say they ruined the gym, I'll put it to you this way: the rules of how you have to wear your hair, your bun. Follow the rules. Why your daughter got 50-inch braids? We can't bun that up. I'll just throw that out there to say, not wanting to be in compliance with the rules is what a major problem came from when you brought the hood in. And can't nobody else tell me or argue that point, because y'all already know where I'm going with that. I'm gonna end there with Simone Biles, who has colorist issues, because I was following her on Twitter. I've been unfollowed her about 3-4 years ago because we were gonna go meet her. And all the black girls were tweeting Simone, "Oh, Simone, we love you, we love you, we love you." She paid them no attention. Becky and Allison them tweet her, "Oh, Simone, you look so beautiful." Lying, because her makeup and her hair was not beautiful. She retweeting them, showing them.
It was on fleek. Her hair was on fleek. It was looking good. She was looking nice. But no, we got some. Hold on, Beach. We gotta pass the mic real quick. L. Nixon, you got it, bro. If everybody can be real quick, because we got some other topics we want to speak on. So go ahead, L, brother.
No, Beach is rocking, man. No, I just wanted to say real quick about the mental health. You know what I mean? Like I'm a caregiver for mental health, and the thing about mental health is we are very uneducated about mental health. And I'll say it like this: naturally, you cope with things, right? Because when we look at mental health, we think of PTSD, bipolarism, and we think of like schizophrenia and all that, right? But we don't think about when people say, "Oh, I have anxiety," and that's a form of mental health. If you have any form of depression, that's also mental health. And sometimes you might have a mild form of depression and not even know. It's just that easy. A lot of people are not aware of it. So, and I guarantee you, when we talk about relationships and divorce and all that, I guarantee you people in relationships not even know that the person has mental health and hasn't been diagnosed yet. Because when you got, like, if you have a sleeping disorder, people say it all the time, "Man, I think I got insomnia," or I just stay up. So you naturally try to do things and you make excuses because you don't know that you might have a disorder. So very easily, and then when it comes to people having mental health, sometimes people don't always put it out there because it's not really accepted and they don't want to look like weak. So it's a lot to deal with. And they even have for caregivers, they call it caregiver fatigue. If you're a caregiver for somebody with PTSD, depending on what type of issues they have, you can develop PTSD from their PTSD. So mental health is something that a lot of people are not educated about. That's
facts. You got a beautiful.
I respect the panel, Brandon. No offense, but sir, being that I'm the only person up here that was about to tell you what she did wrong, that was a stunt queen move about how her mental health had already been evaluated and how many months before competition starts and the time in between, and how they have to monitor them girls all the way down to who you're dating, to what's going on, that there's no way what she pulled was some bull before you cut me off. You're going to miss all of that. That's going to show Simone Biles is a whole liar out here.
Beach, we got like all other topics. Like this ain't really the main topic. You know what I'm saying?
Well, Brandon, you need to start to learn sometimes. Maybe if it's a girl up here who knows, can tell you, let me tell you how they did this real quick. You might should have let me get around to that, because now I ain't gonna do it. I just do it on my own goddamn live. But
hold on, y'all.
Simone just lying, you guys. I'm gonna end with this. She's a whole liar, because the mental health check, them coaches know everything from what the type of tampon your ass is wearing for competition. She did not all of a sudden have no moment of I feel some type of way. She pulled a stunt move, and I can prove it. And there are other girls too. So that's why her problem now, she's lost her credibility. And I got nothing more to say. And ain't nobody else up here gonna be able to tell y'all. Well, how would you know that? I can tell you how I know that.
You didn't hear the other guests over here. Everybody else got opinions, Beach. Listen. I ain't even trying to be on the discrepancy, but I'm just saying.
Hold on, y'all.
I'm gonna get off because I don't even get a chance to come over here. And this is
Hold
the
on,
one
y'all.
topic that I actually know, and I did. This is the one topic when I can tell you them girls coming in there still.
Hey, you were saying, I'm saying we agree with everything you said, baby. We got other people on the panel, man. We got other people on the panel, Beast. Come on now. You can't be like that.
But go ahead, though.
Hold on. Let me say this. Before we go to the next guest, let me say this. At the end of the day, appreciate you, Beach, for coming through. I actually agree with pretty much everything or majority of what Beach was saying, but at the end of the day, it ain't no issues, it ain't no problems. You know what I'm saying? It's just that, you know, we got a lot of people up on here and we got to get to everybody. Plus, we still got other topics we trying to get to. So, you know, if everybody can just get a little take, you know, within like maybe 2 to 5 minutes, you know, that'd be great. So that way we can get to everybody's topic or take on it, and then we can go to the next topic. But it's no issue. So, you know, appreciate you for coming through, Beach. You always showing love and support. And so hopefully, you know, you don't stop coming over here or whatever. But I get what you were saying, Brandon. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got to get everybody, you know, up in here and get a take on it, especially when we have, I think it's the most people we've had on our panel in like quite a minute. So, yeah, so it's a pretty panel. But you got it, PC. You got it.
Okay. Hey, everybody.
Hey. Hey, y'all.
I popped up here too to talk about depression and stuff like that. You just because of your experiences doesn't mean you know someone else's experiences. And for a while, I was depressed while even knowing that I was dealing with depression. And then with Simone, right? Okay, so I was reading up on Simone, and she was talking about how she was dealing with twisties. That's what the gymnasts call it, is twisties. When they're up in the air and they don't know which way is up and which way is down and all this stuff. And she's dealt with it in the past, but it went away. And then now it's like more intense. So in that case, I support her, not like bowing out and protecting herself. Like, that's a dangerous situation to be up in the air. And I know they have spotters, but there's no guarantee that spotter is going to move fast enough to catch her if something goes wrong, right? There is a safety precaution, but safety is not guaranteed. So if she feels like she's off her rocker and she can't calculate things properly because something's going on mentally, then yes, you should pull out. And if this is just the time that she felt like something is really wrong, like I'm not going back to normal like I did last time. It's getting worse. It's going for a longer period of time. Then yeah, like I said, I support her pulling out. And that's all I have to say.
Good point, but you got to fire Complex.
Was good. My thing is with this, I don't understand. This is a world-class athlete. This is not like your local middle school competition. This is world-class competition. This is the you know, she's a grown woman. She's mid-20s. I don't understand why we're babying this human being, this adult. Yes, mental issues, blah blah blah. Everyone going through problems. Everyone got problems. We all got problems in our lives. Some of us, we got issues that we wouldn't exchange for other issues that other people have. So this is the problem with the world now. Everyone has a story. Everyone has a story, you know. At the end of the day, no one cares about what you're going through in a personal life. It's a competition. You got to go get the job done and win. You know, this is the Olympics. It's not the trophy awards. They're feeling bad for nobody. And yeah.
For a gymnast, that's not a blah 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 situation. They're up in the air. Other sports, everybody's feet are on the ground. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think
it just can't be taken. I know it's a sport and it's the Olympic sport and stuff like that, but it just when you're flying in the air, it can't be taken the same way as a basketball player, a football player, soccer player, you know.
I kind of disagree with the football. Football, that's a tough sport right there. I mean, you get hit in your head.
No, that's tough. But I'm saying you're not freed up in the air with nothing to catch and stuff like. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I just thought, you know, back in the day, you know, the Olympics, what it was about? It was about gladiators fighting lions. Like, do people realize this? That's what it used to be about. And now
I'm just gonna say this real quick. I'm just gonna stick to my original point. At the end of the day, you know, people know what issues they have prior, you know, and they usually know for quite a while. It's not a, you know, in the moment type of thing or on the spot. It's usually something that they've known for a while. So, like I said, I don't believe that she just found out or she just realized or had an epiphany that she was having mental issues or some kind of emotional or distress or whatever. Like, I think she been knew about this. And like I said, if that was the case, you know, which I think it is, you know, she should have just never competed in the Olympics in the first place. She should have just, you know, not even signed up and just been like, you know what, y'all, I don't think I'm gonna be able to compete in this year's Summer Olympics because at the end of the day, you know, I got too much going on right now in my personal life and my mental just isn't there to compete at the highest level. And I'm not going to be able to be focused to compete at the highest level, which I'm going to be letting y'all down, not giving my best performance. It's as simple as that. I think she should have just done that and you wouldn't have this story and you wouldn't have nobody talking about it, period. That's just my whole little take on it.
Beach, I did Taekwondo. That's the sport I was in.
Yeah, but third, what you got next for sports, Mike?
Okay, so next we got you know, like I said, with you know, with basketball season being over and you know, football season being over or whatnot, really not too much sports. I mean, you got baseball stuff, but I want to do the sports clip this week to you know, right now you got AAU basketball, which is pretty much just like summer league basketball across the country or whatever, you know, for high school students and high school kids or whatever. And, you know, basically like some of the best players in the country, you know, partake in the AAU basketball tournament. And, you know, like I said, these are tournaments that's, you know, happen all across the country. And, you know, like I said, these are some of the best players, you know, like the top 100 players. But I want to give a shout out and, you know, give some shine to a young high school or 16-year-old girl who, you know, she's becoming the next female basketball player. And right now she's ranked the number one female high school player in the country. And, you know, basically the scouts and stuff have a lot of high regards for her and they think she can definitely make it to the league. But she's 16 years old and she got quite a bit of game. And so she had a basketball game or tournament that she was playing in. And actually an NBA superstar came and stopped by to watch her play at her game. So go ahead, Topaz, roll that clip.
Okay.
Shout out to Jada Williams. She's the number one high school female prospect for female basketball. You see LeBron at the court watching her play, sitting on the sideline watching her play. And, you know, these are just some of her moves. She got nice little handles, pulling up for the three-point jump shot, and she makes it. LeBron again watching from the sideline. Jada Williams dribbling the ball up the court, dribbling it, passes it to her teammate. Passes it back to Jada Williams. She dribbles. She pulls up for the step back, and she gets it. LeBron again watching, sitting there with his mom, watching the game. Jada Williams again pushing the rock up the court. She crosses over and then she pulls up for the mid-range and she hits it. Jada Williams again pushing the ball up the court. She passes it. Oh, nice pass to her teammate for the easy layup off the glass. Now they playing defense. She on defense. Oh, she strips the ball, gets the ball. Jada Williams dribbling the ball up the court. and she goes coast to coast, and she gets the easy float off the backboard. I know, Joe. Jada Williams pulls up for the three, and she splashes the three. I know, Joe. I know. LeBron again watching from the sideline. Jada Williams goes coast to coast and gets the easy layup off the glass. Jada Williams again, dribbling the ball. She dribbles. Oh, she goes around, goes to edge, passes it out in the corner to a teammate for the three.
Fair use.
Jada Williams again, pushing the ball up the court. She passes it to her teammate in the corner for the three, and her teammate splashes the three in the corner. That's LeBron James' mama, Snuggles. That's Gloria James. That's his mama. That's Mama James right there. Yeah, she cold, sir. She the number one female high school prospect in the country. Shout out to Jada Williams. She's my player of the week. But shout out to Jada Williams though.
Nigga said she mixed girl magic.
Yeah, because Brandon can't never he gotta start some BS when it do.
Wait,
like, why you can
we
just
gave a
say,
shout out to Black Girl Magic. Now it's time to give a shout out to Mixed Girl Magic. You know what I'm saying?
Go ahead.
She did her thing.
How you know she want to be called the mixed girl though? You know sometimes they don't like that, right, Brenda? That ain't the compliment all the time you think it is.
Sometimes. Some of them feel that way. But hey, just like Third, I got a player of the week. But before we play his highlights, man, I want y'all to check this image, picture of him, and I want y'all to tell me what age do y'all think he is. Guess what age this brother is. So, T, if you can pull that up. But then,
oh wait, I thought you was done. You said pull it up. What you was gonna say?
Yeah, pull it up, then stop it for like 5 seconds. I want everybody can see the image.
I can't stop it once it starts playing.
I'm saying you can stop it, but then replay it, right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. All right, you can stop right there. Y'all see him? Y'all see the brother? Did y'all see him? Everybody on the panel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's his age? What age y'all think he is?
He looked 35, but I'm gonna say he's like 21.
Oh Lord, that's so wide of a range. I was gonna say 29.
I'm gonna say 21.
Beautiful. Did she see it? Or L. Nixon?
25.
Man, that brother is only 13 years old.
Oh, no that's a grown man.
Eighth grader. He's an eighth grader. About to go to high school.
Eighth grader.
Go ahead, play the video.
The Super Soldier Serum.
I'm sorry, I had stuff away. Sorry.
Did you see the dude, beautiful?
No, let me see the picture again.
Well, we gonna play the video.
Oh.
Okay, I can see it in his face, look a little young, but I just really felt like this was a setup. So whatever I thought he looked like, I felt like that was gonna be the wrong answer.
But no, go ahead. You can play the whole thing now. But yeah, he's an eighth grader though. But go ahead, play the whole thing.
Eighth grade.
Yeah, fair use, and yep, eighth grader.
Nah, man. Nah.
Yeah, 13, Joe. He 13, man. No cap. No cap.
And you know what, Darth?
What is his name?
Today I'm gonna time you out, Darth. All right, because I'm tired of you with these names. But go ahead, y'all.
There's no way,
man,
yo. You know how like all the baseball players from DR were lying on the birth certificate so they could join the Major League Baseball?
You think it's a fake birth certificate?
Yo, he from Nigeria. He really 40. That nigga 40. He bullet.
Yeah, how tall is he?
That well, you know what? That was the thing. I do remember that. And then they do it in baseball too, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Thanks, man. But that's my little player of the week, man. It's funny how Third brought up somebody, you know, in high school. I had to bring up something too. So, you know, shout out to dude. Hey, man, he got a future on his hand for the NBA, man.
Yeah, because he looked like he is overqualified to be on that court. He was just running all over them kids. He was like,
it was grown men too in there. He was blocking shots from grown men in there too. It was some grown men he was playing with.
It was like basically he felt like he above them. You know, like he ain't supposed to be there no more. I can't
That's why I said, you know, some kids in teenage years, you know, they develop faster than others, you know. So sometimes that do happen. So everybody was like 20 and 30. Hey, the brother's just 13. So ladies, you mess with him, you you might want to go to church.
Well,
but hey,
you know what? See, and here's the thing, though. I'm not dating no dude that I can't see his driver's license. I'm gonna need you to prove to me that you're grown. And see, that's what I tell y'all when y'all get caught up with all them little young chicks. I'm gonna need to hear this dude conversation, and I'm gonna need to see some ID because y'all play too much. I'm not doing this. Not in 2021.
Facts. I guess we go to the next topic. We go into
Now,
small
hold on,
talk.
Omega, you are so right. Thank you. Because see, people be lying, and I'm glad that you came out here with the truth. Okay, see, Omega be telling the truth.
What's his name?
Oh, him? I don't know.
I don't
he
know
in high
the
school.
name.
Damn, he's not even in high school.
He's about to go. No, he's about to go to his high school.
God damn, that's crazy.
Yep.
That's crazy.
You got a third.
Okay. So we're gonna move into the next topic. So you know that was we just wrapped up the sports segment topic of For the Record TV. Now we're gonna go into the whole small talk topic. So the next topic that we're gonna go into is we're gonna go into something that actually is actually kind of I guess you could say it's kind of sad because it's something that's it's something that I guess really goes along with I guess like the childhood of a lot of people, including myself. And so, you know, it's kind of sad that this day finally came, but without further ado, Topaz, roll that clip for that.
I know.
Nothing can last forever.
This one?
Yeah, that one.
Nothing can last forever. Arthur shaped childhoods. There's no doubt about that. New episodes have been airing since 1996, and yet somehow the show has never come to an end. While people don't talk about it nearly as much as they used to, kids are still growing up with this wholesome show and enjoying what it has to offer. It almost seems like Arthur would be one of those cartoon characters that would never really fade away. However, we have recent information that states the unfortunate truth. It's about time to say goodbye. The source for this lies in the new podcast Finding DW, hosted by Jason Zwimmer. It's a name you may not recognize right away, but he was the voice of DW in the earlier years of the series. Growing up, the torch obviously had to be passed down to someone else, and that's how he approaches this podcast. He talks with people who either played DW, or anyone who played a part on the crew. Earlier this month during episode 3, he spoke to Kathy Waugh. She had a major role in actually bringing Arthur from book series to TV, and she knows a lot of what goes on behind the scenes. At one point during the conversation, we get a sad reveal.
Well, Arthur is no longer in production. We had our wrap party 2 years ago.
What?
Yes.
But there's a okay, hang on. Sorry, the reason why I'm surprised is because one of the first things I did was look up, is there a kid who's still playing DW? And there was a kid recently cast. I'm so surprised to hear this. This is devastating.
The series, and I think they've made a mistake, and PBS, and I think, I think Arthur should come back. And I know I'm not alone in thinking they made a mistake. I don't know. I don't pay attention that much to things like ratings. So I don't know if it was a ratings issue or if it just felt like it needed to be retired. So to me, it just felt like an evergreen, like it was never going to end, but it did end. We finished the last episode, season 25.
Fair use, fair
Years ago,
use.
there was a rap party, all of that.
PBS really looked at Arthur and said, nah, you're done. Kathy wanted the series to continue, but the network has the ultimate say, and not much can be done about that.
Arthur is just like any other kid. He's got a passion for ice cream, a pet dog called Pal, and an annoying little sister who just loves to boss him around. Being right is so cool.
Either way, the series finale of Arthur is closer than it's ever been before. Sounds weird saying that out loud because this guy has been in existence longer than I have. Now the news may be disappointing, but some episodes also still haven't aired. PBS is stretching out the small amount of content they have left, ultimately building up hype for the final episode. When we look at the list of seasons, you can tell they really shortened everything. I guess it was only a matter of time before the end. The character was important to me as a kid, but right now, I'm not as sad to see Arthur go. The memories of watching the show will stick around, and people will keep coming back for nostalgia. Also, if we're being honest here, I thought the show ended at least several years ago. Just hearing that it's 25 seasons is kind of insane. Anyway, series finale later this year. It'll be the end of an era.
Hey!
But anyway, that's all for this video. Subscribe for more awesome cartoon videos. Give a thumbs up and comment below, let me know what you think.
Yeah, so basically after 25 seasons of one of everybody's favorite childhood show, CBS will not PBS will not be showing Arthur anymore going forward. And it's kind of sad because I remember growing up watching Arthur, and shout out to Professor Black Ops. Niggas totally ruined Arthur with the whole hood memes.
It was funny. I know it's wrong, but it's funny.
I'll say they didn't ruin Arthur, but they definitely niggified it up and corrupted it with the whole memes and the memes and stuff like that. Like it's crazy, you know what I'm saying? But it's the fact that this going off, I'm like, damn, because like a lot of these new kids, man, they're not gonna be able to see Arthur unless they go back and watch like the classic episodes or whatever. Maybe you can get them on like DVD or whatever. But classic show, and it's sad that it's finally coming to an end because that was like one of the many cartoon shows I used to watch like in my childhood. So yeah, y'all got it.
Brandon would like that particular meme, but my question is, what scene was this on the cartoon show where Arthur was getting dressed and DW just laying on the bed talking to him like this? I ain't never see that in one of the cartoons, so people just be doing anything.
I don't know I can't remember what episode that was, but yeah, I remember watching Arthur growing up when I was a kid. I think one of my favorite episodes is probably one of everybody's favorite episodes, and that was when it was like a music episode where it kind of reminded me of something they would do on Sesame Street, but they did it in Arthur. And also one of my other favorite episodes of Arthur was when Arthur had to compete in the spelling bee. Like, I'm not even gonna lie, that episode right there actually made me want to compete in a spelling bee. Was that episode right there? But the theme song for Arthur is goated. I don't care what anybody says.
What a wonderful time to play and get along with each other. Looking ass.
I mean, you really do gotta pull out your inner Caribbean when you. I mean, I'm not. I do kind of feel like it's sad that the show is going away and our kids can't see it. But it's a time and a place for everything. We could always we could always download it and stream it.
Yeah, and the thing is, I didn't even know. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't even know Arthur was still on, until a couple years ago when they had mentioned something about Mr. Ratburn.
Okay, man, I thought they've been finished that like years ago. I didn't know that was still, running. Like even the Simpsons, like isn't the Simpsons they've been done too, right? The Simpsons. I thought the Simpsons. I thought all that was been done. SpongeBob.
As far as I know, I think the Simpsons is still on.
Yeah, the Simpsons still on because damn it, almost every new episode comes on. I think it's Sundays on Fox. So I think the Simpsons is actually, if I'm not mistaken, that's like the longest running American cartoon
ever.
Ever. So that's sad. But the only thing I didn't like about the whole Arthur thing was recently they had that episode, I think a year or two ago, of Mr. Ratburn marrying his male lover. That I definitely don't agree with that, but I mean that was more like the new episodes of art, and they did get a lot of backlash and pushback for that. As a matter of fact, certain states and cities wouldn't actually air that episode. You know what I'm saying? So they did get a lot of pushback, for that situation. So yeah, but anybody else, PC? Did you grow up watching Arthur? And do you feel some kind of way about it being they cutting it off now, or they cutting it and taking it away? Do that, PC? She might have stepped away, but anybody else? What about you? Did you watch Arthur?
See, I feel like you trying to trick me into talking about my age, but what I will say is I have seen some shows that were titled Arthur with my children. Okay, and it was pretty educational. It was something I was willing to let them watch. I don't think, but basically, in my childhood, I don't think Arthur was out in my childhood. I think that came out.
It had to be. It had to be.
When did it start?
Arthur came out in '96.
She grew up watching Fat Albert, bro.
Shut up. That was actually in my childhood, Fred. Ain't nobody asked you that. But in '96, I was in high school. Sorry.
Exactly. But y'all, hey man, they had a long run. It's about time they did cancel and let go. But like Thurl said, man, I was kind of upset when the whole Mr. Ratburn but you go back to the early episode, man, you can always see that Mr. Ratburn was a little suspect, man. There was always something about him. But hey, other than that, man, it was a classic show, and hey, maybe it'd be something else that'd be better for the kids.
Yeah, I'll be right back, yo.
Okay.
All right. So I guess if don't nobody else want to add on to this, I guess we can go to the next particular topic. Then I guess if y'all done with it, so we're gonna go ahead and move along to the next topic. Actually, this is a pretty interesting one, which I'm not surprised, but
wait.
You got a PC? Okay. I was wondering where you was at, so get your take on
I
it.
just want to say real quick about Arthur. Arthur was a fun and educational, one of the fun and educational shows and stuff like that. And people are going to take whatever, because we've seen it with other cartoons and make it adult. So it's unfortunate because then if kids are looking for it, they might end up seeing the adult version compared to the child version.
Okay. I will say this though, like I said, they definitely corrupted and niggified Arthur with these hood memes and shit. These Arthur memes, like, I must swear, bro, whoever came up with the memes, they should have never gave niggas memes, like, period. Like,
yeah,
niggas don't know how to act with these memes, man. Like, they be just.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know if y'all saw my comment. I was saying the one where Arthur fixing his pants and DW in the bed sleep. It always a meme that says, "Oh, bitch, I told you I gotta leave. Chill out. I gotta go." So whoever came with that
that's
shit,
what
man.
I'm talking about. That right there, constantly with the niggatry. Like, stop acting like that, Brendan. Why you gotta pick that one?
And then you got the ball fist, and it's a ball fist with Arthur hand. He like, nigga, I'm finna whoop your ass, like something like that. So hey, niggas crazy.
Yo, it's the funniest thing ever. One of the funniest Arthur memes I seen is when I don't know if y'all remember, but like it was some years back. I think there was a scandal. I think they call it Deflategate in the NFL, where they were saying that Tom Brady basically, I guess he had something to do with deflating some of the air out of the footballs or whatever, and that he deflated the air, I guess, because like they have like regulations on how much air needs to be pumped into the footballs or whatever. And they were saying that, I guess, so, quote unquote, that Brady had, the trainers and the people, the equipment room people, that he had them, I guess, take out some air or have some air taking out certain footballs or whatever, so he can get advantage or something like that, which that still doesn't make any sense to me. But one of the memes that was going around for that day, and they called it, they called that Deflategate. One of the memes that was going, they had Arthur with the fist, but like inside of his fist, he was holding like a the little pump things, like the little pump thing that you put into like the little round hole where the basketball or the football is, and you just pump air into it. Like they had like the little needle thing in his hand where he was basically like going to deflate the football, and that shit was hilarious. You know what I'm saying? Because that was like right around the time that whole little situation started. But yeah, they definitely acted a fool with him. Like I said, they should have never gave niggas social media or these memes because niggas don't know how to act with them. Like period. So yeah.
Yeah, every time something new happened, I just go ahead and check Instagram. I'm sure people have been acting up on there.
Yeah, but I mean, if that's it, if that's all everybody wanted to pitch in on that, we'll move on to the next topic. So the next topic, it's not surprising, but it's definitely interesting. So you know, shout out to all the people that go to college, that's in college now, or that's went to college and graduated from college. And you know, if you went to college, and you know that college isn't easy, it's hard, especially. You know, you trying to graduate, get all your work done, you're trying to keep your GPA up, and you're still trying to have a normal social life as well on top of all of that. And you might have to work and all of that, you know. So college, really the thing about college, in order to be successful, you besides just doing your work, you have to have great time management skills. And you know, sometimes it can be hard because you know they give you a lot of work, and that takes up most of your day trying to get your assignments completed and stuff like that. Especially if you're doing it the honest and the right way. Well, you know, what if I was to tell you that, you know, actually there's a lot of people that's graduating from college that actually don't do their work themselves personally. And, you know, they got other people doing the work for them. So without further ado, Topaz, go ahead and roll that clip.
Welcome back to CBS This Morning. The pandemic has seen an explosion in online education, but also cheating. A CBS News investigation found an industry in Kenya that thrives on American students who pay to cheat. Kenyan writers complete college-level assignments. The practice is known as contract cheating. It's illegal in 17 states, but not at the federal level, and enforcement is rare. Deborah Pata spoke to some Kenyan writers paid to cheat for Americans. They asked that we do not use their real names.
Cheating in college is nothing new, but as more and more degrees are done online, it's become a billion-dollar industry, and the heart of it is right here in Nairobi, often using top-class Kenyan graduates who come from poverty like this. Dreams of escaping life's grinding hardships often go up in smoke here. Education is seen as the only way out, and many Kenyans go hungry in order to pay for it. But even with a good degree, it's hard to find work.
I've been searching for work since I finished high school.
Joanne's tuition fees were due.
You can't steal, you have to find something to do for yourself.
William was battling to pay his rent, and so they turned to the global essay for hire industry.
It's not really something you would be proud about, telling people that you help others cheat.
Here's how it works. The Kenyans advertise their services on reputable websites with hip names like Ace My Homework and Essay Jedi. These are legitimate platforms offering academic assistance like tutoring, but some students use them to pay writers who will do anything for them, from an urgent essay to an entire college degree. William has first-hand experience of this with one client.
I did his degree, and right now I'm doing his master's. He's promised me that I'm also going to do his PhD.
He's the most successful of the two, earning over $2,000 a month. He pays to open accounts on a few of the websites, securing work for himself and other writers. The American student pays between $20 to $50 a page. The account owner, like William, takes a 75% cut. The Kenyan writer can earn as little as $5 a page.
So the first one is
the Kenyans are often given the American students' college login details so they can complete assignments and access the university library. They showed us some of these, and we were able to verify that these were indeed students enrolled at US universities. Joanne is doing entire courses for some students.
You know, give me an example of some of the names of the essays. Argumentative essay on emotional support animals. I also did research on the invention of insulin.
With her help, they're passing with distinction.
That one of psychology, he got 96.
And William is writing all the papers for a social psychology student who's getting straight A's.
The Kenyans are so good at the job that sometimes they get asked to dumb things down.
There is one I did and the student got 97. The lecturer was like, this doesn't look like you. So the student is like, could you please lower it down, maybe work on the language.
Between them, they say they have enabled American students to cheat their way through everything, from US history to engineering, even medicine.
I think the state of cheating at colleges and at universities is serious and getting more serious.
Ethics professor David Rettinger has been sounding the alarm for years.
We trust that our doctor has actually been to medical school. Cheating leads us to overall social corruption because it leads us to having a cadre of professionals who can't actually do the work that they claim they can do.
The Kenyan writers say cheating requests come from students everywhere, small online colleges to major state universities.
They just have the name, but then we got the skills, we got the knowledge, and we got the experience.
He now wants to quit the cheating business, but with so many Kenyans living in dire poverty, there are plenty of graduates waiting to take his place.
The Kenyan students we spoke to believe it's impossible to shut down the cheating industry, saying that if websites are closed, they will simply find new ways to operate. For CBS This Morning, Deborah Patter, Nairobi, Kenya.
We asked the website seen in the story for comment and haven't received response. The U.S. Department of Education says their regulations require that schools have processes in place to establish that any student who registers is the same student who engages in the program. So many startling aspects of this, but one is like, I don't know how. What's college students can afford to pay $50 a page?
Privileged ones, and that's the problem too.
Is that right?
These
Exactly.
are like people barely making it, and they're doing the hard work for people who can afford to just pay, but it'll catch up to them.
I was wondering, Rika, how they can police it. If you get the student's ID and you can log on as a student, how can you tell who you're talking to? I don't know how you police it, but listen, I didn't even know it had a name, contract cheating. I thought the professor was right where he said it really is social corruption. I would feel guilty if I succeeded.
Well, you're a good
cheating.
person.
Yeah. I don't know about
no
that.
cheater, cheater, pumpkin eater. For
No.
I've had some desperate moments, I'll admit.
Well,
term papers do.
But you didn't do it.
No, I didn't.
You didn't do it.
Don't cheat. That's the lesson.
Yeah, so you got quite a bit of cheating going on, in these colleges. A lot of times these students don't be doing the work themselves. They'll pay somebody to do it, and as you can see, there are services and industries out here where people will do your work for you, and you pay them. So it's crazy, but it happens though. But what you guys take on it?
When it first started playing, I knew where this was going because I had heard about this a few years ago, and I forgot about it. But when it popped up on the screen, I said, "Oh, now I really remember it even more." And they basically are taking advantage of the people doing this because they know that they need the income of some sort, and they'll know that they'll do it. And the fact that got me was when they said that it was illegal in 17 states out of 50. So you can imagine what the other states are actually doing when it comes to something like this and whatnot. And I bet you some of the people that's doing this right now are some of the same ones that walk around claiming their IQ is as high as a kite.
Well, see, to me, it just basically... Honestly, that to me says that Black people are smarter and that if we wanted to, we could be the ones that have all of, the high paying positions because they still need us. How can you not be on the campus, not go to the school and be able to do all of the assignments?
Right.
So those are actually our degrees, honestly.
I don't know about that one.
Well, technically, they did it. Like, that's who did the work.
No. I'm saying, hell, when I graduated, I don't use half that stuff. Like, what I'm saying? I was using MathWay for math, to help me out. I wasn't trying to do all that. I had a job. I was not trying to do all that stuff. You talk about.
But that means you can't go to, like, you can't have the degree then, because you got to make time for it. I mean, I didn't have a life when I was in college. I just had to deal with it.
You talk about the education system or one of the structures here, right? It's kind of like, hey, you guys are cheating. But hey, well, you guys are cheating. I mean, I really can't say much about a lot of these systems because they're cheaters talking about cheaters.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's like, you know, like who gives a damn at the end of the day? Because listen, unless you have to really go to school to be a lawyer or a nurse or whatever the case is, a lot of people are already educated enough. Like everybody don't need college. And then, you know, you got the student loans and you got all that extra debt. When you go to other countries, if you find out how much it costs to go to college, they barely have to pay, and they have like good programs for buying houses. We're being ripped off over here in the U.S. We really are.
At the same time, don't try to wave your fancy degree in my face if you really didn't actually earn it.
Oh yeah, I get I'm
because and that's the issue I have, is that you'll have people that will do that. Meanwhile, they paid people over in Kenya to pretty much float them through their entire collegiate career.
But that's just the same as, you know, the people on the college campus and the government jobs and all that. We all heard the saying, it's not what you know, it's who you know. So you got people in positions that wasn't qualified as the person that got picked over. Like all this stuff is, if you really look at it, it's all kind of crazy, because you got people that shouldn't even be in a position.
And you know what? If I was in a position, like if I say I was in a position where I was qualified to get the position, but because of the whole, it's not what you know, it's who you know, the person who knew, or the people who knew but didn't know what, I would let them fall flat on their face.
Yeah,
be like, I would be that one that would do it.
It's like, you know, so in the military, you get out, say you're making 82 a year, you know, they trying to cheat you, whatever, right? So you got guys who've been like the secondhand person, right? They know everything. They the secondhand person. Like that person out there, they run everything. I've seen people retire and they tell that person who know everything, oh yeah, you gotta go ahead and compete for your job. Like what the fuck? So now you got 5 other people who don't know what you know. Then you don't get the job, and you have to train your replacement who don't know shit. That stuff happens all the time. So dude was like, I quit, I'm out. Happens all the time.
Like Professor Black Oscar said in the chat, they said they have programs that check for plagiarism, just like they said in the video. When the person had got a 97, they said it doesn't sound like it was written from you. Even the professor knew that this didn't sound like it was their work. They even questioned the validity of it. That happened to me one time when I was in high school. I took a French class, and we would have to do different assignments or reports written completely in French. I'll admit I used a translator, and when I got it and turned it into the teacher, she wrote at the top of the paper and asked, did I use a translator? Because even she knew that it was no way that I could have wrote that out. And this was back in like 2005. So you got to think. They know.
Okay. We have this thing that when you turn your stuff in my school, when you turn it in, you submit like a paper. It's a program that you have to submit it through that, and it checks everything.
Yeah, that's what I had to do when I was in college. When I had to do my when I do my senior paper, they made sure that you did not use anything off of Wikipedia, and they definitely put your paper through a plagiarism type of machine to make sure that it wasn't like copied or anything. That was before we could even present the paper, so it was a process. So they know. It's not like they don't know.
Yeah, but it's like it's certain things it's some things, you know what I mean? It's like, you know, what are they teaching me these courses for? But you know, I'm like, I'm never going to use it. But if you're talking about being a lawyer, being a nurse, being a doctor, being an engineer, yeah, you definitely going to learn. It ain't no cheating, none of that stuff. You're going to learn all that stuff. You're going to have to use all that stuff. And there's no cheating at all.
Right.
You know, if you don't do that, you that's it. That's not one of those jobs that you're just going to get by on. I don't want no get by ass doctor working on me.
Exactly. That's my main point. My bad, Tori. Go ahead. My bad.
Now, I was about to say, I said you might end up dead, or if you manage to survive, you will be suing for malpractice.
Correct.
Right. Right. I was gonna say, man, I want somebody to go to college and pass, honestly, if you trying to be an LPN, CNA, or doctor, whatever, because hey, if you get into something you don't know nothing about, you could end up hurting somebody, grandmama, granddaddy, whatever. You get sued for that. So, hey, man, if you didn't honestly get the job or you didn't pass that grade, please just take that F and try it again. Try studying a little bit more.
Yeah, you trying to be in finances?
Oh,
you messing
man.
up? I mean, like,
Oh.
if you trying to get in business admin, a lot of people can pretty much learn business admin. You know what I'm saying? Like, when we talking about your finances, we talk about certain stuff like that where you can't afford you can't afford to be playing with people's life and their money.
Yes, sir.
No, I'm good.
Hey, I'm gonna say this because I gotta get off and go somewhere. But the whole cheating thing, if you're cheating because you don't understand something and you're not even using your cheat as notes to learn from it, you just completely just out of it. You're not putting in any effort or whatever. You're just hurting yourself in the end because you can have that diploma or that degree, show up, get the job, and be a failure at your job because you don't have the proper skills to back it up. You just got paper. So yeah, that's what I think about it.
Well, to me, in my opinion, I basically agree with y'all and the little professor that was on the video. Is just that if you are going to school and you're getting this job, we're expecting you to know certain things. You can't, like what people can be hurt if you don't know what you're doing. This is not something that you can just play around with. In certain professions, professions, it don't matter. I guess it don't really mean that much, but if you're a doctor or a lawyer, people's lives are at stake in that point. Even if you're an accountant, people's lives and their finances are at stake. You can't just do whatever you want to.
Right. They don't see the full extent of the harm that they're doing to themselves and others.
Exactly, and that's a problem with the U.S. in general. Is a lot of spoiled people that feel like if you don't have the time to devote to this study, maybe if you can't catch on to it, maybe you're not good in that field. If you don't have time, then maybe you don't get to go to college right now, or at least you need to go part-time until you can, do it in a way that you can handle it. When you got to start involving all of this kind of stuff and start cheating, that's a sign that maybe you need to choose something else. Everybody not meant to go to college. Everybody don't have to go to college. You can make a living these days without a college degree. So why are you in the way of somebody else who could be good in that field?
But you got to look at.
I'm gonna pull on out. So I'll see y'all later. I'm still listening. I'll just be, off the panel, whatever. And yeah, everybody, please like, subscribe, hit the cash apps, all that stuff.
Right on.
Thank you. Listen to PC. She's a smart woman.
All right, love y'all.
PC. You got to look at how it's structured as far as all the money and the stuff that they make, right? You get a lot of things and a lot of extra courses that comes in, like your tuition and all that stuff, right? And like I said, if you have a critical career, yeah, you need a lot of that stuff. But that's just why we have tech schools and stuff like that, because you don't need all that extra stuff to do that job. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes you're getting extra stuff that you're not even going to use. Like if you a doctor, if you doing a critical job, know that job. But if you doing like an arts and craft course, like who the hell needs to pay for an arts and craft course? That has nothing to do with the job. So a lot of these things that you don't in your curriculum, you don't even really need at that age. It's like it's obsolete. So just
that little stuff, I can understand somebody cheating on a test, like something like that. You really don't need. Okay, you want to cheat and try to get a good grade. I get that. Exactly. But something serious, like we were speaking on earlier, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What is all this extra BS for? You like, I really got to take this? Like, when am I going to get
American
to the
studies?
When do I have to get to the stuff that I have to learn? Like, so how much am I paying for this extra stuff that I don't really need? Mm-hmm. So you got to look at, like, there is cheating on both sides, basically, because they're making their money off of you.
Well, here's the There's a different thing. First of all, they're exploiting workers because I know y'all heard at the beginning of the show, of the video, where they were saying how they would use people from Kenya because they would pay them $5 to $12 for an essay or an assignment, but other people will be charging $50 and $60. So one, they're exploiting a country where people are in need of money and they're living in poverty. And then two, there's a better way to do that. Instead of cheating on the test or whatever, or on the assignment, why don't you put together a petition and appeal that to your college? If all of the students feel the same way and they feel like y'all trying to make me waste my money, and then people are willing to put action behind that, the college is not going to lose out on all that tuition, so they'll be willing to change it or at least look into it. But that way, when you do that, you haven't cheated anybody and you also haven't exploited anybody.
Yeah, that's bad. That's you talking. Now you talking ethics and all that type of stuff. Like, but they have some of these schools know that, you know, kids are using Mathway, you know, for calculus and all the critical stuff. They know that you're using Chegg.com because you type in Google, and if you have Chegg, you know, you could actually the answers to some of your tests or study reference will pop up. If you have, there's a lot of different what's the name? There's another one. It basically helps you with like some of the questions, like, and a lot of these teachers, they know that you're using this stuff. They just like, as long as you know you're not cheating on a major test or whatever, because they switch it up. A lot of them be like, all right, whatever. But for homework and little stuff like that, they know this stuff is out there.
Now, I don't know if anybody could recall. Maybe Torian could probably mention this about it was a Hollywood actress. She got her daughter in college, but she wasn't really supposed to be there. Okay, so if you could explain that, I kind of forgot about it.
The college admission scandal, that happened back in 2019, where you had about 50 people in total, different you know, high level people like CEOs,
all white
and
kids,
like
these white kids, by the way.
They were all white. They were all white. CEOs and stuff like that. And the two actresses you're thinking of is Felicity Huffman and Lori Loughlin. Those are the two that you're thinking of. And basically they were paying. Now this one goes beyond paying people in Kenya to do their work for them. They were paying this guy money to get them into the school. Right. And I'm talking about doing flat out lies. Like, you had Lori Loughlin's daughters taking pictures wearing school paraphernalia of a school that they were not even in yet, and taking pictures pretending like they were on the crew team, which is basically a rowing team, for a sport they were not even going to compete in, just so they can get into the school. Like, that was pure desperation right there, just to get.
They did a documentary on it too. It was one on it was Netflix. I watched it, and they did a whole lot of stuff. They
did a lot of stuff to just to get their kids into.
Who was the? I want to say this might have been like 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago. Wasn't there like an actress that their kids got busted for like, I guess, cheating their way like on the college's end or something like that? Like, it was in mainstream news. I forgot what it was.
Yeah,
I think this is what we're talking about.
It was Becky from that one show. It was Becky from that one show.
Yeah,
she was married to
Full House. This is what we're talking about right now.
Okay, I remember that shit. Like, that shit got all kind of publicity. They was talking about it. So
Wait, she had a little prison time, but I think it was like a week or something.
No, that's how long Felicity Huffman was in jail. She was in jail for like a week and a half. But I had told people that they were waiting for her to finally just say that she was not guilty. That she was guilty and take the plea deal. I said, watch when she takes that plea deal, they're gonna literally go completely silent on this story. And the minute that her and her husband finally pleaded not guilty and took the plea deal, you don't hear about that story anymore, even though that story should have stayed in the news longer than it should have. I don't even know what the consequence was of the guy that they were going to, who was the ringleader. I don't even know if he even faced any consequences, because they stopped talking about it altogether. But we know why that is. But like I said,
there's a reason why. There's a reason why, because at the same time, there was 2 different black women getting jail time for putting their son in the school, and they wasn't in the actual their school zone. They got actual jail time for that, like years.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember there's another story where another lady, she got she got put in jail for homeschooling her kids because they put a loophole in the little thing that's for this homeschooling thing that she didn't even know about. And they just said, oh, they put her in jail for homeschooling her kids and tried to say it was neglect. Like she was keeping them out of school. But she was like, wait, she's like, no, I filled out the paperwork to homeschool my kids. And you even have the documentation signed right here that I could do it. But they put a loophole in it just to throw her in jail. Like, it's some bullshit. And then you know about the ones down in, what was it, in Georgia with them teachers, and they locked them up, and most of the teachers was black. I said, y'all couldn't even be any more transparent. But then you had this situation, you know, right here. And I said they did all of that to get their kids in these schools, and you potentially took an opportunity away from somebody who was going to get in there based on their own merit.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been doing, and that's the problem. So, you know, imagine now that they're calling it out, but imagine how much stuff we've lost out on that before anybody cared.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the old ran down books and old broken down equipment and stuff, and not putting the resources into the certain areas in schools. Like, you know, and people still had to come in and the thing about it is, you want to talk about being intelligent. When they do those tests, I mean, come on, man, they're really not doing us a service. But at the same time,
We had a thing about testing.
the fact that we learn what we learned based on what we had to learn from. Come on now, we do what we do. You know, black people, they smart. They don't want us to know some stuff. Hey, when the internet came on, man, black people learned some more stuff. We was like, what the? People was mad as hell. It even got more madder.
Yeah. Well, if y'all ain't got nothing else to add to this situation, I guess we can just keep it pushing to the next one. Also, give a shout out real quick to my brother Ebo Sosa, who just came up in here. I see you, bro. Appreciate you for coming through. But okay, so you know, we talked about PBS canceling Arthur. We talked about the cheating scandals that these American college kids is paying these Kenyans to do, you know, take their tests and do their work for them. So this next topic that I want to get into, I want to give a shout out to all my seamen, all my sailors, and, you know, all my Navy people, you know what I'm saying? But there was a situation that happened a year ago that's now recently getting cleared up, to where there was a ship that actually had Navy ship that actually had got caught on fire. And well, we now know why it caught on fire, but go ahead, Topaz, roll that clip.
A Navy sailor is being charged in connection to that massive Bonham Richard fire from last summer at Naval Base San Diego. Our ABC 10 News reporter Jennifer Kastner first broke this story about a possible arson investigation. She is now live outside the base with new information from a military law attorney. Jen.
Yeah, this is a huge update tonight on a story that we've been following for more than a year. The name of the sailor is still not being released at this time. A San Diego Navy sailor now charged in connection to last summer's fire that gutted the USS Bonham Richard and injured dozens of people. The Navy reported Thursday that evidence collected during the investigation is sufficient to direct a preliminary hearing.
I would say that they're very serious charges that the sailor is facing.
Thursday night, local attorney Stephanie Kroll, who represents military service members, said that the sailor's case will now have a hearing that's comparable to a civilian grand jury hearing.
But instead of it being a grand jury with a bunch of people, it's just one preliminary hearing officer who's going to make the determination about whether there's probable cause to believe a crime has been committed, whether the sailor is the one who committed it, whether the form of the charges is correct, and then make a recommendation as to disposition.
After that, another officer will determine whether the case will go to a court-martial, also known as a trial. According to the Navy, the sailor was a member of the warship's crew at the time and is accused of starting the fire, which erupted last July and took 4 days to knock down. More than 60 people were treated for injuries like smoke inhalation. Last August, I confirmed through sources with close ties to NCIS that an arson investigation was underway and the main suspect was a Navy sailor. Until Thursday, officials would only say that they were still looking into the cause of the fire. This April, the warship was formally decommissioned before being hauled off to a scrapyard in Texas. And the Navy has told us it would have taken 7 years and cost $3 billion to restore the warship. Reporting live tonight, Jennifer Kastner, ABC 10 News.
Jennifer, thank you.
That was a very interesting topic. I was like, damn. So, I mean, I can only imagine. Like I said, they're still not naming the individual who set the ship on fire, but I'm just like thinking to myself, like, man, they gonna throw the book at his ass. He definitely gonna have some serious consequences and penalties for that, because in these different branches of military, they really don't play about shit like this. So, the fact that he was successful in burning down a Navy ship, he gonna get the business for that. You know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna have no mercy on his ass. So
They probably wish to run him over with the Navy ship.
facts. Oh, they also said, I think at the end that it's gonna cost them like almost like some billions just to fix that whole ship, like back to what it would be if they from scratch. So yeah, so he didn't fucked up big time. So
Hey,
yeah.
when we hear stories like this, we always gotta say, was he white or black? That's what comes to mind. I hope he was a white dude.
No,
You don't have to say that, Brandon, but you would be within your rights.
You know how black folks do. Every time something happens like that, we always say, man, I hope he a white dude. I hope it ain't no black dude. But
To be honest with you, though, I mean, I don't know, because they're not specifying the race of the person, or they're not even saying the name. But I would think maybe it's a white person. I'm not just saying that just because, but because let's just be real, most arson crimes tend to be people, white people tend to commit those crimes, or other people. Like, I don't really know too many niggas like that who like playing with fire like that. Like, maybe it's a few here and there, but I just don't know too many. Most white dudes who I know they be on that type of shit, they like be interested in setting shit on fire and all that little crazy ass shit. You know what I'm saying?
let's be real. Anything that got to do with some water, it ain't us. Not all. We all of us swim. I'm just saying. Go ahead.
That's why I got to keep reminding people, like, we spend a lot of time talking about, what black people do, and we do this, we do that. Like, listen, I was in the Navy 22 years, and I'll tell you this, right? I keep reminding, even outside of the Navy, I said, always remember, we was on the show Cops. We wasn't on the show the FBI Most Wanted. So that ought to tell you everything. We overlook the fact when we talk about black people's crimes. Like, we don't have the craziest crimes out there. And I did military police for almost 3 years. And I'm gonna tell you, black people didn't do the craziest stuff. And when it comes to like divorces, people tell me, oh, the white relationships. Listen, bruh, black people didn't do the craziest stuff, and black women definitely don't have the craziest attitudes. I've seen it 22 years. Straight up.
Well, I mean, that is true, because when you think about it, we actually, most of our crimes usually come out of like survival or something small. We don't think like if we look at us of who we are as a culture, we're not always pillaging and capturing stuff. We pretty much mind our business and stay where we at. But, we just don't have that type of spirit. That's not our go-to.
Like, for instance, I went to school with, even though I grew up in the hood, because of me playing ball and make good grades, I got a scholarship to a private school with a bunch of rich kids, whites, Middle Easterns, and other race of kids. And I knew white dudes who for fun they would do little stupid shit, like set they goddamn, like they would have like little like toys or action figure dolls, and they'll set that shit on fire. You know what I'm saying? They'll get like they'll get like a lighter or something like that, and they'll get like some kind of spray paint can. They'll spray that shit with the lighter, and then they'll like set the shit on fire. I knew, some other white kids who they was like real smart when it comes to like shit like, shit like, I guess you can call like, there's real smart with like chemistry, not chemistry, but like chemicals and stuff like that. And, they knew how to make like explosives and shit like that. So, and like I said, that's not necessarily a black person's MO, like we not, in our whatever home or basement, making explosives and shit like that. Like, that's not our, matter of fact, at the time we probably be scared we fuck around and blow ourselves up, so trying to mess around and play with that type of shit, like that ain't our thing. We our the stuff that we do is more like typical to what we normally are known for doing, not shit like that. So like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if the person that set that ship on fire was a white person or somebody else, because like I said, that just don't seem like a crime that a nigga would commit to me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Well,
you ain't
we
lying.
did have a
You
DC sniper though. I mean, like I was the whole time. I was like, oh, I ain't got to worry about it. I know that person ain't black, and then he's a whole black dude and
yeah.
the black child. So I
But,
was, but look
but you
how
got a
far I
point. You
got to
do got
go
a point
back
there.
to find an example.
And
Yeah,
I
I was
would
gonna
remember
say,
when that happened because I was in the environment when that occurred back in '02. Listen, this area that I was in had us shook. Like they literally had to put little barriers around the gas station. We were ducking, going to our cars. Like literally, like you know how when you get like you know how when you go into a store and it's raining, you got to run from your car to the store, even though you know you're gonna get wet. That's how we was running out the damn store to get to the car, just because we didn't know where they were at. And it's crazy because when I'm driving around now, being an adult, because when that happened, I was like 13. Driving around to go to the gym that I go to, I ride past the school every single day that I go to the gym where that little boy had got shot from the DC sniper. And I can look over to the left of the street and see where they were hitting out at, and look to the right and see the school where he got shot at. Every like 3 days out of the week.
What's crazy is I got family on my mom's side that lives in the DMV, mostly the Richmond, Virginia, and DC area. And during that time, that whole DC sniper shootings and killing was going on, one of my cousins, female cousins, she worked like in the downtown DC area, you know, in these corporate little buildings or whatever during that time. And she was basically telling me, because I talked to her like years after it happened, and I asked her like, you know, like what was that like? What was that experience? She was basically just saying that like how everybody, you know, if you lived in that DMV area where all of the things was, you know, all those shootings was going on, she was like basically that people was like scared to leave their home, let alone, you know, go to work. She said you had a lot of people that called off from work, didn't even want to go, especially if their job was in those areas where, you know, the DC snipers were known for being at or had some kind of activity at. Like, you know, they said that people was just like shit scared because, I mean, you got people that was getting randomly popped and shot at gas stations and, you know, convenience stores or whatnot. And, you know, so people were scared. You know, you had people that would, you know, I heard that was like pumping their gas. While they was pumping their gas, they was like ducked down and, you know, behind, you know, I guess, you know, behind their car while they was pumping their gas because they was scared to stand up straight and somebody might shoot them and all this kind of stuff. So yeah, it was definitely a frenzy, and it was definitely like a bunch of uncertainty going on at that time. And yeah, so from what I heard, it was pretty crazy though. You know what I'm saying?
It was, and even me being as young as I was at the time, I vividly remember all of that happening because, like I said, we didn't know who it was. They just said that if they're driving a white box truck. And it was like, do you know how many white box trucks there are? I'm like, can you be a little bit more specific? Does it have a writing on it or whatever? They didn't know. Well, it turns out it wasn't a white box truck they were looking for. It was a blue Caprice. And and it wasn't two white guys, it was two black guys. So, you know, that was, I think that was the shocker of the entire thing, was finding out that they were black. Technically, it was only one, because Lee Boyd Malvo was the one, he was the trigger man. And John Allen Muhammad was the one that was coaching him. So it's a whole story behind that. They made a movie about it. It's like a whole story. He basically brainwashed that boy. That's why they put John Allen Muhammad to death, and why Lee Boyd Malvo is still in jail right now. But that's a whole nother conversation for another day.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. And basically, you know why he did this? He did all of this to get back at his wife, because he felt that his wife was keeping his kids from him. He wanted to see his kids, because this actually started out in Seattle. The shootings started in Seattle, but they became more prominent in the DMV area. Like, they traveled across country and was doing this, but it became, they planted themselves, they stopped here. And that's where they did most of their killing. So that's why they call them the DC snipers. But really, originally they were called the Beltway. I think it's called the Beltway shootings or the Beltway snipers or something like that. But see, like I said, I know a lot of this because I'm from the area. So it was a lot that came out of it that a lot of mainstream media outlets didn't put out there.
Wow.
Yeah. So, Brandon, did you give your take on this, bro? Brandon. I don't know. He might have stepped away. But
Brandon not saying nothing because he was the one that did it.
Yeah, Brandon, you got to take on this.
Y'all hear me? Y'all hear me?
Yeah. You got it, bro. You got it.
My bad. Somebody was calling, but what I was saying, you was bringing up the fact that if we try to use explosions and stuff, bombs will blow ourselves up. And I was thinking about the quarterback. He ruined his whole football career trying to light up a firework, ended up blowing his fingers off. So yeah, we definitely don't.
Oh, you talking about damn, what's that?
Yeah, you probably know.
You're talking about I know all I know is he's a Haitian dude. That's all I know is he a Haitian guy, but he played with Tom Brady before, I think. What's that nigga name, bro?
Okay, he was in the NFL. Yeah,
I'm gonna have to look that shit up. Something. I think is it John Paul Pierre? I think it's John Paul Pierre or Pierre John Paul.
Yeah, I don't know, but I do know he was like
John,
you said, NFL player.
Yeah, it's John Paul Pierre. Yeah, they call him JPP. Yeah, John Paul Pierre, this Haitian dude. Yeah, he's played with Tom Brady. Yeah, he played for the Giants too. I think he was there on that Giants team that beat the New York Giants team that beat the Patriots back in the day. I think he was on one of them. So yeah, that's JPP. That's John Paul Pierre. Yeah, he was fucking around with some fireworks and blew. I think it was his thumb. I think it might have been his thumb off or some stupid shit like that.
Jason Pierre-Paul.
Yeah, Jason Pierre-Paul. That's what it was.
I just typed it in. Yeah, that was crazy. I'm like, what in the hell? When I first saw that, I'm like, yep, career done.
Yeah,
career done. in the blink of an eye, done. When I saw that, I'm like, I was thinking to myself, like, okay, I know like freak accidents can happen with fireworks and everything like that, but did you hold on to the firework? Did you not let it go, or were you?
Oh, you know what it was? One of them Roman candles. It was them Roman candles. I think he had.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I done done it 1,000 times. Thank God nothing happened to me. But we all play with those random, those. So yeah, it was a freak accident, like you said.
That's why I don't fuck with fireworks, bro. I let other people light them shits up and pop them, but me personally, I don't fuck with shit.
You know what's so crazy? Every time 4th of July roll around, I go on YouTube and look up firework disasters, and I said, that's even more reason why I'm not really messing with fireworks. Like I said, they're nice to look at from a distance, but it's too many freak accidents. One of the most crazy ones.
If I had kids, that's the first thing I do. Let them see them videos where everybody have them accidents. Like, you still want to pop fireworks? Let's just watch from afar.
One of the craziest ones I saw ever, and this one actually made like I think world news because it was that bad, was something happened at a fireworks store, and something, I don't know if a firework in there got lit, but all it takes is one in a fireworks store to go off, and they literally it was a chain reaction, and every last one of them went off. You would have thought a damn drone strike mixed with a napalm or some C4 would have dropped over that store with the way them explosions was going off. It looked like a volcanic eruption. I was like, what the hell happened?
Yeah, but speaking of fireworks, that's another thing. What we don't do is shoot fireworks at people with no shirt on.
Or better, or this, have fireworks at goddamn gender reveals, calling brush fires and forest fires and all kinds of stuff. You saw them stories where people was having gender reveal parties and shooting off fireworks, and they caused the fires.
Get out of there, bro. Get out of there, bro. Yeah, I seen that shit. Yeah. That shit was crazy. But before
jumping off the house on trying to do WWE, jumping off the roof on the
you mean like them jackass stunts?
Yeah. But before we move on to the next topic, real quick, I just want to get y'all last take on this topic. So, with this guy, basically being caught and taken to court for setting the Navy ship on fire, with him being a former Navyman or seaman. What do y'all think the consequence is going to be? I basically think they're going to throw the book at him and he's going to get buried under the prison.
Yes.
Yeah, they don't play about their materials, things that they like, things that they care about. Oh, you die for that. If this person had blew up somebody else's boat, then they might let them off. But you do something to the government property, they gonna have a whole problem with it. So yeah.
So what we talking? 20 years life? What we talking?
That was my next question.
A couple of decades. It's gonna be more than 20 because he blew up. He has just cost the government billions of dollars.
Yeah, and isn't like military court separate from like regular civilian court, and it's like way strict and harsher on people who commit crimes.
And nobody can say, because you sign up for that when you get into the military. So can't nobody come and try to apply no outside rules to what's going on in there. So like, can't nobody advocate on your behalf. They ain't gonna listen to none of that. And you when you're getting into the military, from what I was told, you give up your rights to all that.
So this was all intentional. He was actually trying to set the thing on fire. It was an accident.
No, it wasn't an accident. It was intentional.
Yeah,
It was
intentional.
intentional. Yeah,
But
so
you got even the criminals who take certain aspect of the military serious. Yeah, they even gonna mess with him. Like even if he had got out, it's Navy people and especially plank owners, like people who were there when that ship got commissioned, that own like a piece of a plank from like that ship. People take it seriously. You talking death threats, you talking everything. Like people don't play with that, man. They serious about that. So yeah, he out of there.
All right, third, what you got for us next?
Okay, so this next actually, this is the last topic for small talk. Then after this, we're gonna get into the main topics. But I actually got a controversial topic. Yeah, I'm gonna stir some shit up with this one. But so just pre-warning, yeah, this is a controversial topic. So strap in your seatbelts for this. But actually, before matter of fact, I don't even want to talk about it till we finish playing the clip. So go ahead, Topaz, play the clip. We'll talk about it afterwards. It's the one with the female.
Dear trans women, your misogyny is showing, so you can stop with the gaslighting now. You're not women. You've never been a woman, and you'll never be a woman. I understand that you suffer from a disorder. And yes, there is a part of me that feels very sympathetic toward you. I can't imagine that what you're going through is easy. However, your disorder does not give you a right to women's spaces. There are vast physical, biological, and physiological differences between men and women. For example, on average, males' upper bodies have 75% more muscle mass and 90% more strength than females. Taking hormones for a few years isn't going to change that. Secondly, your genitalia is external, which is why it's not okay for you to share bathrooms and private spaces with women and children. Women and children deserve their privacy. We deserve a safe space. If you feel like you can't compete in sports against men because of the alterations that you've made to your physiology, then do what women did. Fight for your own category. Stop hijacking ours. Also, can you please stop normalizing your disorder to our children? Disorders are neither healthy nor normal. In a study conducted in Sweden, a nation known for its support of transgenderism, which was conducted over a period of 30 years, confirmed that 10 to 15 years after sexual reassignment surgery, those who had undergone the procedure were 20 times more likely to commit suicide than their peers. Why would you want to normalize this for kids? And while you are absolutely free to call yourself whatever it is that you want, what you don't have is the right to compel me to call you whatever you want. Respect is a two-way street. Because you've shown little respect for women, because you've shown little respect for children, and because you've shown little respect for the norms of our society, you haven't received the respect that you so desire.
So let me just say this before anybody else get in here. Matter of fact, I 1,000% agree with everything that she said. She didn't tell no lies in that video. It's gonna be some people that's gonna feel some kind of way about what she said, but I mean, what I want to know is, where did she lie at? Where was the lie in anything that she said? I mean, at the end of the day, trans women aren't real women. I mean, I know in their mind they may think that, even after they transition, but they're not real women. And my thing is, if you weren't born something naturally, then you're not that naturally. You know what I'm saying? You can get the change, the sex change, you can get the hormonal changes, whatever, but that wasn't what you were born, so you're not that. Like, it's as simple as that. I don't know why we try to complicate the shit. Like, it is what it is. And I agree with her. If these trans people, if they want to, have their own little lane, their own little category for sports or whatever, then that they should fight for the rights for that, and they can have their own little sports and leagues, of their own, where it's people just like them. But it's unfair that the women have to compete against trans men now and all of this stuff, and they pretty much beating their ass in all of these different sports events or whatever, because it's not fair. So like I agree with her 1,000%. And then the last point I want to make is, you know, this whole bathroom where they allow them in the women's bathrooms and around kids, like, nah, that shit is sick as fuck and it's messed up. And if that ever happened, all I know is if I ever have a kid anytime soon, like I'd be damned if I let them go in the bathroom by themselves with this type of bullshit going on, because I'm not finna play around with no bullshit like that. Like I'm just not. But y'all got it.
I completely agree. I saw absolutely nothing wrong with what she said, and people need to start putting their foot down when it comes to addressing this clear and present day agenda. I don't care if they don't want to see it as an agenda or not. And it's, you know, so crazy because today on Twitter, someone had tagged me in a video, someone in Hall T, as I like to call it, talking about the different nouns or pronouns or whatever when it comes to referring to them. And listen, I'm not about to sit here and literally read a glossary of whatever it is that you prefer to be called. I'm just gonna not call you anything and just move around you and go about my day. Like, how about that? Because now it's like it's like you're going against science, and now it goes into confusion and all types of things like that. That's why I said that this is more so them trying to get more at the children, because they're easier to I guess you can say get inside of their brain. You know, us as adults, we pretty much are already set in our way. Like, you know, whatever it is, that's just what it is. It's gonna be hard for you to converge or convert, I should say, to that line of thinking. And like I said, at the end of the day, it's just a bunch of confusion, and just let it be what it is. Like, you may feel like you are a woman, but you are not a woman. And it's very insulting to those who are actually born women, who actually have to go through a lot of things internally. I always say when people do stuff like that, they're basically cheating, because you'll never be pregnant. You'll never have a period. You'll never have to really go through the things that a woman will have to actually go through in her day-to-day life. And then here you come along, and because you feel like that, now you want people to refer you as that. And I get tired of other women co-signing this and saying like trans women are women. I'm like, where at?
But see, here's the thing see, they'll co-sign that shit, and they'll you know, they'll ride for that bullshit. But then here's the thing, it's all fun, it's all cool, you know, when they all getting along. But then as soon as, you know, those same, you know, trans, you know, people that they riding for co-signing, now when they turn on them and flip on them and, you know, going off on them, now all of a sudden it's, oh my God, I can't believe it. It's like, you shouldn't have been co-signing this bullshit from the first, you know, in the first place. You know what I'm saying? Like I've heard trans, you know, people, you know, shit on real natural women, talking about, oh, we the real women, y'all some fakes and some frauds, and you know, they have terms that they call them, I think, like bleeders and shit like that. Like, so it's all fun and games when y'all riding and co-signing this bullshit, but then when they flip and turn on your ass, now all of a sudden you want to play victim. Like, nah, like, don't be co-signing this shit, period. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you
in the stealthing,
and then the crazy part about it is, it's not even the women that's actually a part of that community that be co-signing the shit. It be the women that just want to be down with them and just want to be a part of some shit that be co-signing the shit. Like, you got women that's like heterosexual in whole, you know, heterosexual relationships and marriages that be co-signing that shit. And it's like, you're not a part of that community, so why are you, you know, co-signing this fuckery? Why are you co-signing this BS? You know what I'm saying? Because best believe they're not gonna co-sign nothing for you on the other end, on the heterosexual end. So why is you doing that for them? But you know, I'm gonna go ahead and pass the mic though.
Real quick, I was gonna say, oh my bad, Tori, go ahead.
Like I said, it's something out there called stealthing. Like, there was a whole post that a person who is I guess you could say a trans woman, who was a person who was biologically born as a man and now lives as a woman, put out there to trick straight men into having sex with them. And then you wonder why you end up in the position that you're in. I don't have to go into detail of what that is. I think y'all can read between the lines, and then we'll turn right back around and talk about transphobia. And I'm sitting here saying to myself, what did you do exactly to get into that position? And then a lot of the times it's because they out there doing that stealth thing. They're out there being deceptive. They're not being up and honest. And you know what's so crazy? In some warped reality, there are some men out there that actually would enjoy something, a person like that. But because they are scared to actually come out there and say that who they are because of fear, you would rather trick them, and then you end up in the position you're in. Like, look at, I think we talked about it on here a couple weeks ago with that black basketball player or football player from VTech who met some person on some kind of dating site and they thought it was a woman and they found out it was a man and he beat them to death. That's stealthing right there.
Hey, I just want to say this. We all know the brother Mario Liddell Addison. He is now known as Tomato. He don't want to be called a black man. He's a tomato man. So we will refer to him as that. That's his wishes. But now, well, I'm glad Tori actually brought it up about the women supporting it. I think that's the only thing she left out was that women support these trans folks. If they feel like they're a woman or they feel like the man, they're gonna address them as no. Whatever you was born, that's what you was. And I think more women need to step up. But I can't really say they can't join their league because we got women trying to join men's league. So you want to try to play with us, but y'all can't even beat the damn trans people. They dominating y'all league, and we say this 1,000 times. They just don't understand it. So now y'all got to deal with that. And actually, there's some women that do complain about them being in their league. So it's like, okay, one minute you get at men like, what's his name, the baby, for calling out the LGBT. Then you go against them, say we need to cancel them. It's like, I don't understand it, man. Y'all want us to be on y'all side to help y'all get these folks out of y'all league, out of y'all jobs, whatever. But then you turn around and stab us in the back when we called them out for their bullshit. And I just don't understand. It's like we can't win or lose at all. It's like it's a lose-lose situation.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. It's crazy because when we look at the community, right? Like even our community, we know what black men do. Like everybody know what we do. It's simple. But when I hear panels like, "Oh, y'all messed up the community. Y'all messed up the community," they got a plan for all of us. And when it comes to the black women, it's your support. It's always been your support. That's what they weaponize. It's your support of the big churches that be doing stuff they're not supposed to. Yeah, you support the marches, the BLM. When you find out stuff going on, they weaponize black women's support. And sometimes they turn it against us. They take over Me Too. They stole that. Like they steal everything. So you got them people coming at black women, tell them that they can steal your man. Like what the hell? Hell nah. Like y'all was cool. Yeah, y'all was cool at the Beyonce concert, but now I see what it is now. So now
no, it's not even that. They even go to them what's some things called the pride parades, marching over there. If you a heterosexual woman, even a heterosexual man, but if you out there as a man, you should you're already with them, but you should not be out there supporting them groups. Let them do their thing. You need to be respecting celebrating being a heterosexual woman. I never understood why they go out there, but they go out there of course to party and do their thing out there, whatever they do. But yeah, so if you're a heterosexual woman, you should not be supporting them people.
But you know what though? It's kind of like, okay, we see what we go through as black people, right? So, okay, but it makes more sense if I was a person in that community to rather go with that before being black, because they actually get more rights. You can't even say nothing against this sexual preference, but you can still call us an N-word. So I'd rather be that before I be black. So let me go over here. I chose my side. Let me go over here. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is this: I'll be cool if you want to identify as a woman and you're a man, as a man if you're a woman. I'd be okay with that. And if you say there's nothing mentally wrong with that, okay, cool. So when my ass show up identifying as a rich millionaire, I'm trying to go cash my check. You know what I'm saying?
No, this is what the problem is.
You can't have it both ways.
That is specifically the problem that happens with that, and that's why I'm against it. Now, I'm going to say this. I have had friends that were homosexual, and I have been, well, not necessarily to a huge pride parade, but I've been to events to be supportive, because I don't care who you're sleeping with as long as that person is consensual. All you're doing when you say that you're homosexual or bisexual or whatever is that you're saying that this is who I prefer to sleep with as long as they will let me, or as long as they want to participate and want to sleep with me too. That I don't care. You know, like shout it to the mountaintops if you want to. But I do not, like, even in my practice, in my job, I do not take on trans clients because I am not going to be able to say that it's a good thing for you to pretend that you can change something that is unchangeable. So even if you do have certain surgeries on the outside, your DNA is still the same. All your capabilities physically are going to still be the same. That's, you know, you can take hormones up to a point, but the minute you stop taking them, see, time out, Professor Black.
Wait, I was gonna ask you, are you a pansexual?
No. See, he got a rent, so I got to do it. I'm gonna time your ass out, right?
Oh, damn, Professor, damn, we can't do nothing about it, man.
You not Professor Black Ops. You sit in the corner for 300 seconds and think about yourself.
Damn.
All right.
Freedom of speech.
Yeah.
Freedom of speech.
Now I know, yeah, but see, okay, you can have freedom of speech, but then there's consequences to that. So what I was saying before Professor Black Ops came in here with that BS, right, is that all of that, if you're doing it with somebody that's consensual, that's fine. What I don't like about this whole movement that they have now is that they want to take away my choice. Now you telling me what I can and can't say. You're not giving me freedom of choice. Now you trying to tell me that something's wrong with me if I don't want to date a guy that used to be a woman. No, I don't want to date that because now you taking away my choice for it. Like, what if I want to have a kid? I can't have that now, you know? And even if science do catch up with that, I want it to be natural. Why are you trying to tell me what I can have? So I don't like it. I don't want to be in a bathroom with you. I don't care how you feel about it because now your feelings matter more than mine. Why? Who you supposed to be? If I had to choose, I'm gonna pick my feelings over yours, just like you picking yours over mine. So you, like, to me, it's much more controlling than I'm willing to go along with.
She said what she said.
So I you know what? I agree with everything the woman said because see, that's another thing, right? I can handle being around people who are homosexual, but then when you want to tell me now that you're a better woman than me, really? No, see, now you're being insulting. Now I don't have to care what happens to you. Okay, you want my support, but I don't owe you anything. If you can't be respectful to me, I don't have to support you. I don't have to care. I don't have to take up your plight. And I actually, on a different panel on here, was in an argument with, you know, what was the person? I think they were they trans? Something, right? And so they were trying to say that they're first trans and then black. And then they wanted to compare it to the civil rights movement. And that's when I lost it. Because no, you have a choice. You can cover up being trans by putting on other types of clothes. If you had enough of the discrimination, if you ever just wanted to make it to the top and then pop up and say, ha, I got you, I'm trans, you get to do that. I can't do that with my skin color. So it is not the same. And I will never say that that's okay and that it's the same. So, and it was actually belittling and insulting to have to sit there and listen to this dude compare the trans fight to civil rights. Somebody that can see you from far away and look at your skin color and kill you versus somebody that got to walk up to you and check if you got an Adam's apple in a dress and then have to try to kill you. No, it's not the same.
Like for me, I don't know if anybody will agree with this, but for me, a black community is a heterosexual black man and a heterosexual black woman. Nothing more, nothing less. You know, that's just me. But when them LGBT folks, black LGBT, they on their side. Like you can't be in two communities. You either black or you not, and they choose to be on that side, the rainbow side. So it ain't no we pro black, ain't no we get together. No, you stay on your side, we over here with our people. That's how I look at things, man.
So
and I honestly,
you saw.
Oh, go ahead.
You saw that blew up with the whole Lil Nas X situation with that video he just dropped.
Yeah, and I was just going to also say, if you notice, my avatar used to have in the chat Juicy J profile, but not no more because when the baby did what he did, here go Juicy J telling something, yeah, cancel that motherfucker. I was like, what? You three his mouth. You didn't talk about everybody. You didn't talk about killing this and this, and you didn't call people the FAGGOT. But now you want to be cool with them because I guess you don't want them to take your bread, your money. No, you got to stand on something, man. I can't rock with dude no more after that. You know, I mean, anybody that say the baby was wrong, I'm a side eye. Bottom line, he didn't say nothing wrong.
I can't be proud that I don't have HIV no more. Like, I'm trying to figure out Like now I got to be sad or ashamed about it. I can't say thank God I made it out. I mean, I'm not saying I'm happy that you got it. I'm just saying if he asks if you happy you ain't got HIV, scream. I can't show my jubilation.
What was wrong with that?
Having
What was
escaped
wrong with that?
something.
All
Yeah,
the stuff
like
that he
so.
had said before, that's what I said. All the stuff he had said before, that's where you decide to draw a line at in the sand.
Well, we got to start canceling people that cancel us. Stop supporting their stuff.
That's it. That's bottom
And I
line,
put on
man.
Twitter the other day. Any group or people or organization that has the ability to cancel or potentially cancel someone for just having an opinion, they are no longer, in my eyes, considered a protected group. Now you have power and influence. So to the academy, as I call it, y'all might be small in numbers, but as a collective, y'all are not an unprotected group at all. At all. Especially if y'all got laws
Actually, y'all trying
to protect you.
And they're trying to take away, like they're trying to get the rights that I'm still trying to get. So they're actually competition.
All right. So last year, right, during the pandemic, right, I was doing a lot of observing on YouTube and social media period, right? So you had the George Floyd situation, you had the Ahmaud Arbery, and you had George Floyd. Both of them was, of course, we saw the video, right? Then you have Breonna Taylor, right? So I'm watching it because I'm looking at the trends. I'm seeing like, okay, this is the perfect time for already programmed people. And I'm wondering what else they're gonna do during this opportunity. So then I start seeing the "What About Breonna" hashtag, right? So then the WNBA did their tribute, right? And I was like, okay, cool. Now I start seeing the hashtag more. Then I start seeing, oh, what about black women? But I'm like, what about Breonna? I'm like, well, shit. At this point, what about Ahmaud? We just briefed over him as well. So I'm looking at it, and we went into that year. Black men are targeted. Black women are at least protected. And then after that, what about Breonna? A black man couldn't even say we targeted. That went away. You couldn't say that. And then along come Tory Lanez and Megan Thee Stallion. Black men really couldn't say nothing. And then of course the hashtags, people, the corporations take over. But then you go all the way back and you look at not the local movements in your community, but the national BLM organization with those three ladies. There's nothing in that mission statement. It mentioned nuclear family. It mentioned everybody but black men. All right. So when Megan Thee Stallion did her Vanity Fair situation, it mentioned everybody but black men. So when those organizations get their hands on stuff, and they start helping you with hashtags and do all that type of stuff. You look at it where it's at right now. How big was a gender war before 2020? This shit is crazy right now. Like you really got to be careful, because there is people at my own home telling me there's no agenda. There is an agenda. There's always been an agenda. They've been doing it in Hollywood for so long. I remember Corey Feldman always used to talk about the casting couch and the P word, them people. He'd been talking that. He never had a career after that. It's always been in there, just was been in the shadow. Studio 54, we heard about that. But now it's in the forefront. And we have to be careful, because they will hijack our movements and disguise it and then take over with their agenda. We got to be careful with this stuff. And then we going to end up fighting. The straight people, the black people, whatever. We going to end up fighting. These people going to use everything we have against us and then profit.
To Queen, she was saying about why we didn't speak on Lil Nas X, why men haven't, like us. Well, let me say that we actually did speak on him when he did that bullshit at the BET Awards. But we also have to understand the BET Awards BET is not owned by us. It's by them other folks. So they're gonna push this agenda, making it seem like the black man is wearing pink. He's down with the LGBT. No, that's not us. That's them. That's their little program. But another thing is the fact that what she say, believing she was not shot.
Well, did you see like his video where he had men in prison in pink shirts?
That was just too much. I didn't want to speak on that. That was just way too much. I didn't want to speak on that. So I'm glad none of us wanted to talk about it. I'm done with dude. Hey, you want to rock with that? Go over there on that side. We done with him. We already know what it is. So we ain't really got to speak on dude no more.
I couldn't get past the photo, let alone watch the video.
Exactly. I didn't watch the video. I just saw like the picture, like I guess the cover of it or whatever, and I just feel like that's horrible. I feel like it's too much. They did a whole lot.
Well, let me say this toward the community, right? All right, so toward the community, right? Somebody was telling me, of course, you know, they have friends in that community. Well, it's no agenda and this and that. And I'm like, then they start talking about social media. I don't think social media is that big of a deal. Yes, it is. Social media multiplies everything. Even the people in that lifestyle, they will tell you that it's people out there making a mockery of even that lifestyle because it's popular. These kids nowadays doing stuff because it's popular. You know what I'm saying? Not even because they want to do it. It's just popular. So yeah, this stuff is out of control, and the agenda, because like I said, it's being normalized like it's a cool thing. It's a lifestyle, but the other people are making it a cool thing. So that's why there's so much confusion and stuff.
Hey, since we on this topic, I don't know if everybody on this panel know this rapper named Moneybagg Yo. Everybody know him?
I heard of him
Okay.
before. No one.
You know, he got this chick. I think her name is Ari Fletcher, if I'm not mistaken. She one of them Instagram booty models. But anyways, she was caught dancing, twerking on her little rainbow friend, a dude. I got a question for the fellas. If you saw your girl, you know, the lady you love or whatever, twerking on the rainbows, I mean, I guess he's strictly rainbow dude. Would y'all trip about that? Would y'all break up with her? Or how would y'all feel about that?
I'll take it a step further, Brandon. I've actually heard stories where women have slept with people, with men in that community.
I was gonna get into that. I was gonna get. I'll just keep it strictly dancing. But you're right though. You're right though. But would y'all break up with y'all girl if y'all seen her, or y'all think she was cheating, or like, oh, he ain't trying to sleep with her? They just friends.
She gone.
She gone. I'm the same way. She gone.
Her stuff is at the door. The locks have already been changed.
It was women actually saying, "No, he looking a little straight in this video. He was hitting it right. He was on beat." So it's women that was like, "No, you doing too much."
I mean,
hey, I hate Queen. Hey, oh my bad. I hate Queen. She said, "You know her name." Hey, you ain't shit for that one.
Listen, she's beautiful. So you know, look, there's some gay men. They gay, but they like, oh, you hear gay men talk. She bad. I do her. Like some gay men, they still ain't crazy.
Exactly. And you actually just I was getting ready to say that, because you got to think, at the end of the day, they may live that lifestyle, but at the end of the day, they're still a man.
Yeah, and it's a feeling.
So them tendencies are probably going to seep through. And the same thing with women who are lesbians. Like, a lot of them be messing with men and getting pregnant by men and all types of stuff like that.
Hey, bro, you ever hear them stories about them butchers actually get pregnant by one of their homeboys?
Yeah.
Like, hey, let me ask y'all this. Y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but I have heard of black women and white women having like multiple kids. Then all of a sudden they want to be LGBT. I never seen this with Asian women. Have y'all ever heard a story of an Asian woman doing that? I never heard of it. Only hear it from black women and white women.
I have heard of Asian women like that.
Yeah, that's I don't know why I never understood why women have a bunch of kids, a bunch of dudes, but all of a sudden they want to switch ships. They want to all of a sudden now they want to eat the wop.
I mean, I wasn't looking for Asian women to be doing it neither. So I mean, no, I haven't heard of it. But you know, even if it isn't now, there will be in the future, because they catching on to everything once they get over here, just like everybody else.
I think just Asian women just know if they like men, they like men. Or they like women, they like women. They ain't gonna do that type of thing. I mean, that's just my opinion.
So I know a dude in the reserves, right? The tall guy. He was married and finally came out to his wife. I mean, he had kids and everything. I think he had like 2 kids. Tall dude. And I'm just like, what the hell? So, you know, he was reserves or whatever. This is at my my part-time government job. And that's when like they would like finalize and everything. So they were helping him pay for his pills and stuff. And I mean, listen, no disrespect, but I was uncomfortable because dude being there like like clearing his throat, and I'm like, yo, what the hell? Like, I can't wait till he get done so he can go back to his office. He was always like clearing his throat or whatever, and then he would come in. His mother had like a light pink sweater on. He had like some fingernail polish, and you know, I'm trying to follow the rules. You know, all this stuff is going. I'm trying to be respectful. I mean, because he was cool, but every time I say, yeah, man, I'm like, damn, you know, my bad. I gotta call him, you know, hey girl, like, yo, I'm uncomfortable.
He was transitioning.
Yeah, so I'm like, so what can I say that I ain't gotta say he or she? Because I don't even want to do this shit no more.
Well, I'll give you another example. Look at Bruce Lynn Jenner. I call him Bruce Lynn. But yeah, but look at him. He talking about a person who was an Olympic gold medalist. He married Kris Jenner. Well, he had some kids before he married her, then married her and had 2 kids for years. And then all of a sudden he transitions. And what got me with his transition was a few months before then, in case y'all forgot, didn't remember, he got into an accident and the person he hit died. And then all of a sudden he quicked up with that transition and went from Bruce to Caitlyn so he wouldn't have to get charged, because they said, well, Caitlyn Jenner technically wasn't the one that hit and killed this person in the accident. It was Bruce Jenner. Since Bruce Jenner no longer exists, we can't charge Bruce Jenner with anything. I said, ain't that some shit?
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Hey, but listen, but you see what happened though. You know what I'm saying? Since he switched over, brother came in and swooped up his wife.
I can't believe he actually got an award for courage at the ESPYs. So you mean to tell me you transitioning from a man to a woman is courageous? I said, that's what y'all want to put out to the world?
And this is sports. This is our sports, I mean, we like to say, oh yeah, football is a man sport, basketball, but they supporting this stuff, man. And me and Thurr had this conversation. We were like, man, if this keep continuing, we ain't gonna do sports talk no more because it's just taking over. And well, I guess we'll be watching hockey. That's the only last man sport I see right now. So
actually, no, it's not, Brandon, because I actually found out the other day that I actually found out the other day. I actually found out the other day that it's some hockey player. They said he was the first person to come out as gay.
And he's still playing currently. He currently playing right now.
He's still playing.
Man.
I just saw it in passing the other day. But
I'm not sure. I'm not sure because
nobody really cares but like I said, nobody really cares except for those who really are into hockey like that. I don't even know what team the man even plays for. And the reason why I know this is because they put it on the internet, and I work at a place where hockey games are played at, and I don't even know who the guy is. And I think I've seen just about every team come through the building and where I work at.
I'm not sure because I haven't watched it in a while, but do baseball, MLB be on that shit too?
Good question. I never heard of nothing but baseball players since you mentioned it.
Yeah, I think the biggest scandals that really come out of baseball is them using
steroids. Yeah, I'm cool with that one.
So now, but hockey, we're gonna be fighting for real now.
Oh, thanks.
We're gonna be fighting for real.
So I guess we can go ahead and wrap that topic up about the women basically talking about trans women aren't real women, which I totally agree with her and her points on that. And the last point I want to make before we go to the next topic concerning that topic is when she said that like how they trying to like force people to call them something that they're not. Like, I don't agree with that. Like, if you're not a she to me, like, you're not a fucking she to me. You're not gonna force me to call you that. Like, no, I should be able to address you as whatever the fuck I see you as. Now, I ain't gotta disrespect you, but like, I ain't gotta call you a she if I believe or I know that you're not a she. Like, we're not finna play them type of games. You know what I'm saying? And to me, that's ridiculous that they trying to force or strong arm people into doing that. But that's like the last thing I just wanted to say on that. But we can go ahead and we can move to the next topic. We down to our main topics. We got 2 main topics. So, Brandon, you want to go ahead and introduce these topics? These 2 topics as they are your topics?
Yeah, for the last 2 topics, real quick, guys. First of all, shout out to the MGTOW, the Red Pill. The real authentic Red Pill people. MGTOW people. When it comes to situations where I'm about to talk about, I never heard none of them, doing something like this. If you guys recall the time, there was a dude named Elliot Rogers. He was a self-proclaimed incel, and I don't remember how many women he had, took out his earth, but it was multiple women, and he was just upset that he couldn't get the woman he want. So now, fast forward, now we almost had a Elliot Rogers part 2. So he was planning on I didn't mean to say that, terminate 3,000 women. So, Topaz, if you could roll this clip and we'll speak about it after the end of the video.
The feds say the case against 21-year-old Trace Ginkgo from Hillsborough starts in 2019. They say Ginkgo identifies as incel, part of an online community of mostly men who advocate violence against women, believing they're unjustly denied sex or romance. A federal indictment shows between January and August 2019, Ginkgo purchased tactical gloves, a bulletproof vest, a hoodie bearing the word revenge, cargo pants, a Bowie knife, and a skull face mask, as well as a rifle, 2 Glock 17 magazines, a 9mm 9mm Glock 17 clip and a holster clip. The document alleges Genco wrote a manifesto in August 2019 called A Hideous Symphony, saying he'd slaughter out of hatred, jealousy, and revenge. Investigators found he researched sororities, referenced OSU, and a huge kill count. Agents say Genco posted online he sprayed orange juice on women, like a man named Elliot Rodger, a self-identified incel. Rodger, in 2014, killed 6 people and hurt 14 others outside of a University of California, Santa Barbara sorority house. They say from August 2019 to December 2019, he went to Army basic training in Georgia, but was discharged for performance and conduct. By January 2020, agents found he drafted a document called Isolated, signing it as your hopeful friend and murderer. They also say he watched a university. Documents show in March 2020, Genco researched scanner codes for Columbus Police and University Police. A day later, Highland County deputies were called to his home, where they say he locked himself in a bedroom with a gun but eventually gave up. ATF experts found the rifle and handgun he possessed worked as machine guns.
Now, Genco was convicted in Highland County Court for making terroristic threats. That happened in October 2020. He was sentenced to 17 months in jail, but was credited for 224 days. In January of this year, it appears he was given the okay for transitional control out of jail. Highland County investigators say they actually called the FBI about this case, leading to these new charges. Reporting in Highland County, Dan Griffin, WLWT News 5.
Yeah, hearing that story, it's like I only hear this when it comes to these incel dudes. Now I don't know the community like that, so if anybody want to come up here and correct me, please do. But when from what I know, is that they are upset of how they look. They are upset about the women they can't get. I heard that they're not about just pumping and dumping, but they actually want a relationship with a beautiful woman, but they can't get it, so they frustrated, they upset. They get on panels and discuss their feelings towards women. Oh, shout out to Ed. And I believe Ed, he be capping. I don't believe he's an incel, but if he is, he's probably one of the only good ones out here. Shout out to him. He don't be on that. But I just don't hear the incel community coming out and say, we do not condone this behavior. We're not with this at all. And, the MGTOW guys, the Red Pill guys, they're against this type of stuff. They're not for violent, being violent towards women, So these guys, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not educated on them like that, but that's not true. We are environment. Okay, well, I'm just saying, why they not speaking out against this? Like, they just quiet about it. Nobody's saying that. Now, I'm not saying they have to, but it's just me as a person. Like, if let's just say, for example, I'm in a rap group. One of my group members did something to some woman. I'm gonna come out and speak out against it. Like, we do not condone what he did. He need to be locked up, and so on, so on. So somebody need to come out and say something, because it's making y'all community look bad. And anybody on the panel disagree with
community is already bad.
Ed, I'm gonna need you to quit capping. You know damn well you ain't no incel, number one, and number two, we not saying that all incels are violent, but it's a good portion of them out there that are. Like, let's just be real about that. We can't sugarcoat this shit. Like, it is what it is. Like, if you got niggas writing manifestos about wanting to do shit to people just because they not noticing them or giving no attention, like, come on, bro. Like that falls in the category of violence and being crazy as fuck. So, like, we not finna sugarcoat this shit. Like, it is what it is.
Yeah, and I got a question. Because, this is targeted towards women, right? So I got a question. The word...
Hey, Topaz, before you say your question, I just want to get Torian say that. I want you to, so everybody could answer your question.
Okay.
Go ahead, Torian.
The reason why, when you had mentioned Elliot Rodger, I already knew where this was going, because I just did a video on this exact story the other day, maybe like 2 days ago.
I saw it.
Ran with all the info. Like,
man, he do his research, man. This brother, man, he's good at what he do. But go ahead, Brian, man.
But I said when he pulled this picture, I said that's unbaked pie face. I said, don't he look like an unbaked pie? He do look like because his face look all flat and everything. But no. I have done so many videos about these incels over the years, and the pattern never changes. Like, they literally do have like a little underground community. A lot of times they be communicating on the dark web and everything like that. That's like a whole nother story. But before I even got into the meat of the article, before I even started reading it, I said, I bet you somewhere in this article he's going to mention some kind of inspiration that Elliot Rodger had on him being an incel. And sure enough, as I got to like the third paragraph of the story, he mentioned Elliot Rodger. That's why I said Elliot Rodger is like the king of the incels, because they all take their cue from him. A couple years ago, I did a video about an incel in Canada who literally went on a shootout in the middle of the street on anybody he saw holding hands with each other that he deemed as a couple. This man killed like 10 or 20 people. Like, he just started spraying people he deemed as a couple, because if they were standing close together, he shot them. They were holding hands, he shot them. And in his little manifesto, he credited Elliot Rodgers. I'm telling you, Elliot Rodgers kicked off a firestorm with these damn incels. But they are some dangerous people. Like, they are the ones that are the loners. They probably don't have any friends. They're probably seen as the outsider or all types of stuff like that. So they found a community and they feel like they're, and you know what it is for me? It's the entitlement. Right. They feel they are entitled to any woman that they see. And if you reject them, that's when they probably start stalking you. And then it leads into something even more sinister, such as death. Like, this guy said he wanted to kill an entire sorority house. Like, think about that for a second. Like, he wanted to kill an entire sorority house, even the women that he wasn't even trying to talk to. It's just the fact that if they're a woman, I should be able to, smash.
My bad. Hold
That's
on.
really
Omega
all it boils
Dread
down
said
to.
single white mothers raised them. Shout out to Omega Dread. But my bad. Go ahead, man.
Oh, Omega
But yeah,
Dread.
But yeah, that's really all it boils down to. It's the entitlement, thinking that they are able to have access to any woman that they want. And if it's one that they really want, they'll go all the way in. And the thing was with Elliot Rodgers, a lot of people didn't realize that, but Elliot Rodgers was also racist, because not only was it for him that he could not get the women he wanted, he was even doubly offended that if the women he wanted a black man. That really set him off. Like all of that was exposed. And Elliot Rodgers was someone who came from privilege, because I believe one of his parents was connected to Hollywood somehow, somewhere, like a director or producer or something like that. So he felt through his connections through his parents that he automatically had access to any woman he wanted. Like, he was one of them type of guys that went around telling people, you know who my dad is. You know, them type of people. That's the kind of person he was.
And I just want to put this out there real quick. Then I want Topaz to ask her question. Ed, you're right. What you were saying, most women are killed by their partners, so incels aren't a threat. Now, I agree with that, but this is the thing, though. You know me, man. I called out, Game Brothers. I called it SYSBM Brothers. We called all the. I never touched on the incel yet. I haven't got on these folks, so I just want to speak on them. So if you want to come up and educate us on what they do or what they talk about, please do. But as far as what I've been seeing lately, it's been nothing but, we can't get these type of women, so we're gonna go after innocent women and take their lives. And I'm against that, bro. So, like I said, I'm not saying all of them do that, especially you, but that's just it was just something I want to speak about. So Topaz, go ahead.
Because incel is short for involuntary celibate, in case y'all didn't know.
Yeah, no, I know. And that's actually where my question is coming from. Because this is what I want to know is why is okay, are they being, before they call themselves involuntary celibate, are they looking at the women that they don't necessarily find attractive and they are willing to give them a chance? Because if they're not, then they're doing the same thing that they're accusing women of doing. So why is it that, like, there's probably a woman somewhere who is willing to date them, but they feel like, no, I want this type of woman, and so she needs to date me. And I feel like that's entitled, and why is that okay? So that's my question is, why are men, and I'm not saying y'all, because y'all are not actually telling them that this is okay. What I want to know is, go ahead.
And it goes back to what you just said. When you said entitlement, that's basically what it is. They feel entitled to having a certain type of woman. And then I think they get even more mad when they see that the woman that they want going after another guy. So now they see that guy's competition, but instead of them even going after the guy, because they know they probably wouldn't have a chance in hell even probably beating that guy in a fight, they'll go after the soft target, which is the woman, because in his mind, he's telling himself that woman should be with me, not with him. He probably sees that guy as lame or a loser or anything like that, when in reality, they're the lame and they're the loser. But see, I think it's like all a psychological thing as well. And when they join like them little enclaves like this guy did in this video, they all had probably in a circle jerk together, and they probably saying that these type of women are bad when really they're the issue.
Well, yeah, and this is like, okay, so like Darth is saying, them saying involuntarily celibate, Like, okay, maybe you haven't been being able to get a relationship from the type of woman that you want, but there's a whole lot of other different things you can change about that where something will be acceptable. Because, you know, in addition to you dating a woman and having a relationship with a woman that has a good personality, she may not be what you think is attractive. You know, I just think it's arrogant also for you to feel like you get to make everybody choose that what you were born with is what everybody has to find attractive, and more so attractive than everybody else. So not only are they, you know, doing themselves a disservice with the way they think about women, like you said, the way they think about other men. So what makes you so much better than the other guy? What is it that you feel like you have over that dude? Are you more willing to be caring and sensitive there for the woman? No, because your whole premise is about you taking away her choice. If you had control over the world, you would make her date and bow down to you instead of whoever she actually is with. And like, you could go and pay for a woman to at least have sex with them. There's women out there who are literally selling this as a business venture, and you're not willing to go pay for it. So there's other things that you could have done that would not make you involuntarily celibate. At this point, I feel like they're choosing celibacy instead of getting something that is less than what they want. They want to be a perfectionist. They want everything the way that they want it. And to me, that attitude is just horrible.
Yeah, that goes back to what I was saying about going back to Elliot Rodger, because like he was a person who was very entitled. He was connected because one of his parents was connected to Hollywood executives, and he felt that because of that he had a status and that every woman should just bow down and want him. But that was not the case, because at the end of the day, he wasn't the one that was in that position. He was only connected because he won the genetic lottery. And if you go and type in Elliot Rodger's name into YouTube and listen to his verbal manifesto before he did what he did, it sounded very eerie. It was very scary and cryptic in what he was saying. Not only what he was saying, but in the tone that he used it. And he sounded like one of them goddamn movie villains before they about to go commit a massacre, which is exactly what he ended up doing, because he killed 6 women before he got killed.
See, a lot of people
something was very off about him.
Okay, y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I know a lot of people disagree with me when I say this, but hey, this is why I agree sometimes with suicide, man. A lot of people that, you know, that think these ways about wanting to harm somebody else, sometimes they think about offing themselves. So, you know, Elliot Rodger, I'm sure he would think about offing himself. I'll be like, man, go ahead. You know, I don't want to say it, but I'll say, go ahead, do it, man. You know, that's on you, because you're gonna take somebody else's life for something you're mad about, that you frustrated about. Why would you want to take another person's life because your life is not going the way you want it? That's crazy to me. I'd rather you just, like I said,
figure out a way to make it. You know, you're thinking that somebody else needs to solve that problem for you.
Yeah,
and he basically was operating on that old phrase, "If I can't have you, no one can." He literally took that to heart.
Exactly. L. Nixon, you have something to add on to this?
Well, that if I can't have you, nobody will end up make you end up in jail with somebody gonna have you whether you want to. You better leave people alone.
How long you been waiting to put that out there? How long you been working on that one?
This just came up.
No, because he was so ready.
Listen,
but no, I get you. I mean, that really doesn't make any sense. You know,
exactly.
Now, I do want to highlight what Ed was saying, because he's saying that we're not bringing up the part that Elliot Rodgers was crazy before then, right? I get that. But what I'm saying, Ed, is the fact that to label yourself with this means you have completely given up. And I personally feel like there are options out there. I really don't think that there is a man on this planet that just can't ever get any woman. You know, it may not be the one that you want, but you like, and even if it's one that you want, well, okay, now what if the women didn't get a say so? What if all women were mute like y'all wanted, right? You still not got to hope that another dude that's bigger than you don't also want her. So it's not the problem with the women. The point is, this is a person not willing to settle because of the title. Like the title of calling yourself an incel means you've given up and you still haven't looked at other opportunities.
So you were 3 and you won a 7.
Well, I mean, listen, even if you're not a 3, like what, you know what, when people get a bad reputation, it can be an extremely fine ass dude, right? And then once he gets a certain reputation, don't a woman want him. So now you might have to get a different type of woman than what you had your heart set on because of something that happened, something that like the women didn't control, you did it yourself. Or either maybe there's another man somewhere that want that same chick and he don't have the same reputation as you. So, I mean, anything, you know, life is bigger than just one person to set. Like, I feel like with all these people on this planet, for you to settle for a specific type, you know, that to me is just not okay. And then Omega said alphas are like that too. Well, see, here's the thing though. Like the problem with that, they feel like they should have who they want, but they did something that makes them feel like, yes, I have this thing that women like and want. So yeah, now I can have any woman I want. So it's just about what makes the person feel.
I think they call them film sales. They call them, you know, women film sales.
The women that do it, yeah, and then you know what, and to me, I feel like that's not something that I would support a thought process. You know, I would not support that thought process because there's some man out there, right? It's just probably not the one that you want.
Yeah, facts.
Third, you got anything to add, brother?
Nah, we can go ahead and move to the last and final topic of the day if y'all want to. I'm cool. I pretty much said everything I had to say about it.
Yeah. So, you know, one more thing about the incel thing, you know, like I said, you know, me personally, I don't have a problem with dudes getting on here and letting out their frustration towards women or complaining, whatever you want to call it. That's on them. That's their channel. They can do whatever they want. But, you know, like I said, I just never heard them ever speak out and say, no, we're not. Or some, like I said, somebody come up here and let me know I'm wrong. But I haven't seen no videos of them saying we are not with the whole violence against women. We're not for that. We don't condone that at all. We're against that. So if I can see a video with that, then I'll be cool with it. But another thing is, then I also hear, my bad, somebody called. I also hear somebody, you know, when they have this conversation about incels, they'll say, "Oh, y'all just need to get some pussy." And just like Ed said, I gotta give him his credit for this. He said, "Hey, sometimes women get killed by their boyfriends." So she's giving them pussy, but the dude still end up, you know, murking her. So it's not just about sex. Like if you evil, you already had this intent to hurt somebody, harm somebody, you're going to do it regardless if you're in a relationship. And I think it'd be worse if the dude get in a relationship because what about she break up with him? He going to snap. He going to go crazy. A lot of these dudes ain't ready for no rejection or a girl cheating on them. Like they going to go crazy. So sometimes you should be by yourself and love yourself. Anybody out there that's going through something like this, thinking they got to be involved with somebody. No, that's not always the answer. You got to find some way to love yourself. If you don't, then you get in a weep of trouble, brother. But yeah, this next topic I want to speak about is freedom of speech. It goes along with this whole, you know, people on panels on YouTube saying whatever they want to say, but then they got people saying, let's sign this petition against them. So I want to ask you guys, are you for freedom of speech, or do you think it should be a limitation towards it? Like it should be some things that people shouldn't speak about, or y'all for the whole, we can say whatever we want on YouTube?
Let me get at this first. So I think people should have freedom of speech. But I also think at the same time, depending on what type of freedom of speech, because it's, you know, I get it. Everything that we say on here is not going to be PC and it's not going to be, you know, quote unquote, friendly or whatever. Right. So I get that part of it. But at the same time, the problem that I have is when certain people on here go too far left or too far right with it. Like my thing is I'm more of a straight down the middle type of person. You know what I'm saying? So whether it's the men or the women, so that's like my whole thing with it. But like the problem that I have is, you know, in this space, you know, you got people generalizing, projecting, reaching, you know, trying to put everybody or, you know, trying to label everybody as this or that when that's not the case. And then two, you know, another issue that I have, like I said, is when it gets too extreme, when you hear people saying shit like when you hear women being like, you know, basically preaching violence against men or preaching, you know, like fucked up situations against men, and then you hear the same shit on the other end when it comes to the men concerning the women. That's when I tune out, because to me, you know, that's not freedom of speech. That to me, that is considered hate speech to me, in my personal opinion. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like you should be able to make your point and say what you got to say without having to be like you want to do this to somebody or you want to threaten somebody. Like it shouldn't be that serious. Like, yeah, there's going to be times where you might be a little heated or you might have some passion behind what you're saying or the point you're trying to make. But to me, when you get to like going in the areas of violence or wishing, some bad upon people and shit like that, like that's where I tune out at. I'm like, nah, this a little bit too much for me. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I try to keep the shit down the middle with me. You know what I'm saying? I try to, give both parties the same type of energy, but like I said, just that extreme shit to me is where it goes left at. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like, majority of people should have freedom of speech. But like I said, if you getting too far extreme with it on either side, and it's kind of going towards more like, threats and, physical harm and basically wishing bad on people, then I feel like, you should, these platforms should have a right to, review to see if, you should have your channel, your platform taken away, or at least maybe demonetized or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Or maybe even suspended, you know what I'm saying? But the Professor Blackside, you ain't shit. But
thank you, Professor Black Ops, because that's all I was trying to say. Now, see what happened when he sat in timeout for 300 seconds. He came back with a clearer speech. That's all I be trying to help. That's it. So I love you too, Professor Black Ops.
Yeah, but
Hey, if it was me and Third at the time, he'd be like, y'all some bitch ass nigga, he'll be cussing us out. But go ahead, Third.
it's a difference. Like, I get it. It's a difference in the space between like what we do over here. We be like doing like a bunch of fun trolling each other. I troll Topaz troll me, Brandon, all that. Like, that's what we do over there. That's fine. I don't have an issue with that. You know what I'm saying? But like, it's a difference between trolling and actually like being serious about like doing some bullshit or some fuck shit on either side. And I'm like, nah, you lost me there. You know what I'm saying? But y'all got it though.
Okay, I'm gonna be quick, I promise. One, we do have to recognize that words incite, they inspire, they evoke, okay? They're not harmless. Now, we do have to make sure that we can overcome being evoked by any word, no matter what. But these words have triggers because people speak when they're doing stuff, and you have memories and blah, 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 a whole lot of reasons about how our brain works. The point is, words do matter. You also can't just jump out the porch every time somebody says something you don't like. So with that being said, I do believe in freedom of speech, as long as you are willing to accept the consequences. If you know that words evoke, because look at your president, right? He said something in a speech, and then people went and did a bunch of stuff in which people got hurt. Now, should he know that? Yes. As the president, you are taking responsibility for a whole nation. You know that people are looking up to you. You know that people are going to act on your words. And when you are in the spotlight like that, you know that people connect to you. And so, like celebrities, when they say stuff, you know people connect to you. You know they look up to you. You know they want your approval. They're going to do stuff. They're going to start to act like they feel what you feel. That's part of it. It's a responsibility when you are in control of a whole lot of people. If you got people that like you too much, you know that certain things you say to them is going to matter more than something else that they would have thought about or somebody else say. So when you talk, understand that there is consequences to that. And now what happens is when we try to prove whether or not you should have known or whether you're actually responsible, is would a reasonable person hearing you say this sentence believe you and act on it? So that's what you do when you're in court. If you say something, if somebody's listening to you and they're reasonable, then if they would act on it, then yes, you are responsible. But if you say something and it's very vague and that person read into it, you are not. So I do want to that's my position on all of this.
I would definitely agree with what Third and Topaz said about when it comes to freedom of speech. Yeah, you do have freedom of speech, but in that small print, and that's that small print that people often overlook, is that there are consequences for a lot of the stuff that leaves out of your mouth, especially in this politically correct time that we live in, where you constantly have to feel that you have to watch everything that you say. That's why I come up with certain code words and everything to kind of throw off the algorithm, but I think they might have picked up on me, but it is what it is. At least I'm not flat out just saying it. I'm just like speaking it in a very codified language. But yeah, especially because, we live in a time where people are so sensitive and everything like that on damn just about anything. But at the same time, you definitely have to be careful with the things that you do say. Yes, there is freedom of speech, but there's also there's not so much freedom of consequences either. And I think when it comes to that First Amendment, people bastardize it and they go overboard with it. And then when they get checked, they will say, oh, I thought we had freedom of speech. And I'm like, yeah, you do have freedom of speech, but not as free as you think it might be. So you definitely have to read in between the lines when it comes to that particular right, and be very fortunate that you live in a nation that where you're allowed to even have that, because some places you can't even do that. Like, you have to be in agreement and have the talking points of your particular leader if you lived under a dictatorship. So you better be very fortunate that you are allowed to even have this, because I wouldn't be surprised if they try to scale back on it completely somewhere down the line. But that's pretty much where I stand on it.
Snuggle says, I think she's trying to say, you do understand that politically correct is another term for lying, right? What you talk to, Topaz or?
Well, I don't know, but I mean, I get what she's saying, but here's the thing. It also like means that you're not trying to take on that responsibility. So to be politically correct, what is politics? Is you learning how to toe the line and keep yourself out of trouble. I know that's not the real definition, but that's pretty much what politics is you trying to stay out of trouble. So you may be lying, but you also may be lying just only by omission. So, I mean, look, the point is it exists. So if it's available, use it.
Yeah, shout out to Doug too. But I gotta say this though, I gotta be fair. If we own this, we gotta censor some things YouTubers say. Then we gotta take it to music, even movies. Like, I don't understand how they just come after people that speak on some things maybe we don't agree with. But look at these movies. You got people killing women. Why the hashtag Me Too people ain't trying to go after movies? Or now they just coming after these rappers like DaBaby. Like we said, he was on stage, spoke his mind. Now they want to cancel the brother. They taking endorsements away from him. He can't go to certain countries in the world to perform. It's crazy, And I just never understood that, because I feel like if you don't like something you hear, just tune out. Just exit out. Like Third said, I just go to another channel, listen to somebody. It's some people I support. Sometimes they talk about the same thing over and over. I just tune out and go to another channel or something. Wait till they talk about something else. That's how I look at things always. It's some music that my cousin didn't play. I'd be like, man, turn that shit off. Let's go to the next song or something like that. So I don't want to cancel nobody because they said some things until I see their actions. Till I actually see them want to harm somebody, then we got a problem. That's just how I look at things.
And it's interesting that you mentioned DaBaby, because like I was saying earlier, he has said some things that will be or should be seen as very toxic towards the Black community, but they wasn't canceling him then. But the minute he said what he said on that stage at Rolling Loud down in Miami, that was their line in the sand moment right there. So that they really told on themselves right there. You have no problem speaking bad about your own community, but if you talk about something like this, and by the way, what he said was nowhere near homophobic. They just turned it into that, because and I'm gonna just say it, a certain group has to live in a place of victimhood in order to continue reaping benefits. I said it. Mm-hmm. I said it. That's basically what it is. So it really wasn't it. What he didn't say. They made it seem like they gonna go out there and they're gonna catch something or they're gonna die. I'm not gonna go into that one, but any group, and I said it already, any group that has the ability to cancel or almost cancel somebody like they're doing with him, they can no longer deem themselves as an unprotected group. You are at that point protected. You have laws that protect you. You can't say certain things when it comes to people who want to appear a certain way or be called a certain thing or a certain pronoun, quote unquote. You have to call them that, or that they'll say that you're this and that you're that. And everything like that. Of course, most recently, the Asian American community, they can now count themselves as being a protected group because they got a whole hate crime bill on the books after going through something for a year. And we've been going through stuff for how long? And we can't even get one bill on the books. So, yeah, like they can miss me with that.
And Snuggle said, what exactly did he say at the Rolling Loud? Well, he said, I'm paraphrasing. He said, if you don't have HIV and AIDS, put your phone light up. What did he say? Your phone light up.
Put your phone light up. You light it.
If your WAP smell like, I think he said your WAP smell like water, put your phone light flasher on. And then he said, fellas, if you ain't sucking D in a parking lot, I think.
Yeah, to get in.
I didn't understand that part. I don't know.
Yeah.
What'd you say, T?
He said if you didn't have to suck somebody off in the parking lot to get in. I
don't know why he just said. I can understand if he would have said
if you being gay. Honestly, I thought he was talking about being broke. But you know, like I feel like they chose to take.
So you think he's talking about male prostitutes?
Well, no, I think he was saying people that's broke. Because I mean, like, to be honest with you, that's one of the insults that these IG models throw at each other. Oh, you have to slug somebody off in order to get a ticket from somewhere. You know, so honestly, I don't feel like he was targeting gay people. I feel like he was trying to say, if you ain't broke, if you could afford your own ticket in here. That's how I took it. I didn't realize that it could be used against gay people in the first place until they started saying it.
Right. And you know, like I said, I'm against all this, you know, fat shaming and all this because you know there was a rumor put out that Lizzo did a stage dive. She gonna kill somebody when she landed in the crowd, and she was hella mad. And you know, of course they're gonna be like people fat shame. I'm like, man, these are just jokes, man. Let's just have a ball. Let's laugh or clap back. You know. And when you get
but
at these fat
her
dudes,
response to it was her nose dived in her bed to say, and she was like, I may be fat, but I ain't that fat. And then she called people the B word. So I took it as she took it as a joke, and she was just clapping back.
Wow. She jumped on the bed.
I don't think she was offended. I think the people that was her fans were more offended on her behalf.
Wow. But yeah, man, if you big, do not do no stage, don't do no crowd surfing. It ain't gonna work. If I see your big ass try to jump on me, I'm running. I'm going the other way. Right. I can understand a little dude like a little Uzi Vert, somebody short doing it, but nah, not your big ass. Not Rick Ross, nobody.
Either way, I don't want nobody jumping on me. Like everybody just stay on the ground and stop being childish. You know, don't anybody finna do all that. This ain't the same.
That's a rock star type of thing. That's that rock star lifestyle. They be doing that at their shows, but you know, they skinny though. But L Nixon, what you got on it, brother?
I mean, that's really crazy because I think first of all, the baby has been hanging around Tory Lanez lately, so that's another strike. You know what I'm saying? People probably don't like that. You know, that little beef he had with because he did some songs with Megan Thee Stallion, and you know, Tory seems to be uncancelable. He telling everybody, look, I ain't going nowhere. So he did bring him out. I heard he brought him out as a surprise guest or whatever.
And I think somebody threw a shoe at him for that too. If that's the reason.
Yeah. So when it comes to that, it's kind of like, my take on that is, if you want to ban one person, just get a list and ban everybody else that's negative. That's what you're going to do. But don't pick and choose. Exactly. If you're going to ban one person, ban everybody else. If you're not doing that, then it is what it is. Like, you know, let them review some of the stuff, whatever. And if it might have been looked at some type of way, you know, then give them a chance to correct it. But, I mean, we got so much negative stuff on here. Like, hell, I was threatened. You know what I'm saying? I was threatening women's spaces before, and all I did was just not go back.
What's the crazy thing I ever heard was they tell black women, abort all black boys. They told me that one day.
I've seen that in comment sections.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Kill this.
I laugh at it. I don't take that shit serious, man. I laugh at the shit. It's just funny to me. Like this is YouTube. Like I don't take none of this stuff serious. I see your actions till I see your actions. But go ahead, Tori.
I actually got into it with on Twitter last week because I had posted up a comment about Issa Rae. Now, in case y'all didn't know, Issa Rae just recently got married. She recently got married to a black man, and I said, "Isn't that interesting?" Because a couple of years ago, wasn't she on social media telling women
she want to give her an
Asian men make better mates or something like that, and then she put it in her book, and I said, "Isn't that interesting?" And I had said something about that. Then I said something about Beyonce making that song "Single Ladies" all the while being married to Jay-Z and even showing off the ring at the end of the video. And I said, it's just amazing how they put this stuff out here and they marry, and y'all end up following behind what they say in these songs and stuff like that. I had this one chick reply to me, with these words: "Why do men talk?" That's what she said, and I replied back to her. I replied back to her with, "I thought I heard a toilet flush. Oh, never mind. That's just a mindless gynocrat." She ended up deleting her tweet, but not before I screenshot it, and I'm gonna put her ass on the Summer Jam screen this week.
Oh Lord. Tori, you keep doing you be having way too much going on over there.
And the thing is, I'm not why are you even mad at me for even pointing out the obvious? I said a hit dog will holler, and she was the dog that got hit, and she hollering. But the fact of the matter is, when I went back and she deleted the tweet, she knew she had no dog in that fight. She couldn't come back from that reply.
Because essentially what she's saying is, you can't tell me not to be a follower. You know, I don't think you said anything wrong, because you know, if somebody were to ask me, okay, well, why are you following behind somebody that ain't even doing what they telling you to do? That's a question I should be asking myself. I'm gonna have that question for myself. If I see somebody trying to make me do, like, that's been a source of some arguments I've had. It's just like, if you trying to make me do something, well, how come you not doing it? Explain to me what the difference is. Like, if we're gonna have a whole conversation, I got questions before I just blindly go along with something just because you say it. You just put it in a song and now all of a sudden it's supposed to be my mantra. Well, what if I don't agree with you? It's a whole bunch of people that sing songs that I don't listen to.
You didn't know Beyonce is their God.
Yeah, theirs. And guess what? And Beyonce could lead them off a cliff if she feels like it. Now,
Don't forget that
she would, huh?
I'm about to say, don't forget to add Nicki Minaj and now Cardi B and Meg Thee Stallion to that goddess list of theirs.
See, that's just way too many. Now you adding in way too many more people. Like, that's way too many gods. How you gonna listen to all of them at the same time anyway?
Rihanna too. So yeah.
Well, see, that just don't make no sense to me. Like, I'm sorry, I need to be able to question everybody. And if the real God told me I can question him, then I can question y'all asses. So get over it.
Topaz, I'm gonna need you to quick cap. You know your ass part of the Beehive too. Stop.
No, the hell I'm not, because first of all, I don't agree with everything she do. Some of that shit, I just feel like I don't care. Like,
I don't think the Beehive ain't got nothing on the Barbies. What's Nicki Minaj's team? I forgot. I think the Barbs or whatever. Them girls crazy, man.
No. The Beehive got it, because the Beehive. Listen, ask Carrie Hilson about the Beehive. They in the crib.
Facts. I say this.
They get to that guy restaurant.
Yeah. Facts. But you know, I'm gonna keep it real though. Carrie Hilson should have treaded lightly. She knew what the fuck she was doing. Like, come on, man. You think because you wrote a couple songs for B here and there that you gonna say that and you ain't no consequences? Like, come on, Carrie. You knew what the fuck you were doing. Like,
but check this out though. Like, it's music, it's competition. Rappers do it all the time. You that sensitive? You gotta.
No, I get what you're saying, bro. I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is Carrie Hilson never really had, like, it'd have been different, like, if she was like Carrie Hilson, don't get me wrong, she's talented. She could sing and all of that, but she never had the mainstream support that B had. So, you know, you and we all know, like, let's keep it real. Like, the one thing I could say about B is she kind of move in the same way that her husband moved. You know, he the type of nigga that if you say something that like hurts his ego, he gonna try to get you shut down. Now I know that's fucked up, but that's how Jay get down, and she learned that shit from him. You know what I'm saying? So I mean,
that's what I'm supporting. No, I don't support stuff like that, because we came from and really selfishly, because we came from a time where you had Motown. They toured on a bus. All those talented people were able to exist in the same space, love each other. You know what I'm saying? And not stab each other in the back. They fed off of each other. They wrote for each other. And now we got what we got. So when I look at Beyonce and Jay, you know what I'm saying? Yo, they can kiss man, because y'all the reason why we got to listen to them same 12 songs on rotation every damn day, all day long, because there's nobody else can exist while y'all out there. I'm tired of hearing y'all records. Let me hear somebody else stuff on the radio.
Facts. I was gonna say one more thing. Like I said, with YouTubers, like if you follow a YouTuber and do what they say, man, I look at you as an idiot. Like, it's asinine to listen to somebody on YouTube and go out there and do the thing he preach about on his channel. Because I look at it like this, with this whole incel dude went out there and killed 3,000. He probably heard somebody say one of his favorite YouTubers say he's gonna do it. Then he said, okay, I'm gonna start doing this. I'm gonna start planning out how I'm gonna get these women in college. And he ended up taking the fall. That's on you. That was your own decision. You can't blame nobody else for what you want to do with your own action. You're a grown-ass man or a grown-ass woman. Stop blaming everybody else for why you wanted to do something. With the whole Donald Trump thing, them people, Proud Boys, those idiots for going out there trying to tear up some shit. That one white woman got killed. Hey, she deserved to get killed, in my opinion, acting the fool out there. So you let these people tell you to do something that they ain't gonna do. They're not gonna practice what they preach. They want your money. They want your support, and that's it.
And I just feel like if I can't call them on their cell phone and expect them to come and bail me out, I ain't finna do nothing to jeopardize my freedom just because you do it. Why I gotta do it? Like, and I don't want people trying to make me do their dirty work. Well, if you feel like that's what needs to happen, then you go do it first.
Right, and I hate to bring dude's name up, but you know, we all know what happened with Young Pharaoh. You know, for years he been known as the black woman is God in Queens. Now look what he going through with his baby mom. Now all of a sudden the black woman ain't God. She ain't queen. They ratchet now.
I heard his whole rant.
Man, I just don't take these people serious. I just laugh. It's entertainment to me. I take what information I had. Shout out to Third. Y'all got to go back and listen to his live. He broke it down real good on his channel. Yeah, I just take what I want to hear and I bring it back to my everyday life. Or if I don't like it, I tune it out. Bottom line.
I'll say this. The thing is like faces. I'm gonna just put it to you like this. So, I'm not a fan. I'm gonna just be real. I'm not a fan of KS, right? Like everybody knows, I really don't care what he has to say or nothing like that. Me personally, but them trying to shut him down for what he says, I don't necessarily agree with that. Now, either way, I really don't care. But I mean, like I said, I don't necessarily agree with them trying to take him down just because they don't like what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, this is coming from somebody who don't listen to his rhetoric or his channel because I really never cared for a dude like that. But I mean, my thing is would people have the same would it be the same if it was a female content creator that a lot of people liked or whatever? Like, I mean, like, to me that's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? Now, if like I said, it's certain people that say certain things that go way too far and extreme with it. Like, to me, like, if you up here talking about threatening people and violence and all of that little stuff, then yeah, that's to me that could be, I guess, cause for maybe getting your channel terminated or demonetized or just, you getting banned or whatever. But I mean, if somebody just says something that you don't like, whether it's true or not, like, I don't think that that's a reason for somebody to try to take your channel away from you or try to get you shut down. I don't necessarily agree with that. You know what I'm saying? But that's just my take on it.
I'm gonna say this, ladies. When they first was having issues with Kevin Samuels, all I heard was, I mean, he got a nasty tone. I don't like his tone. That's when I call bullshit. Because how many times have us men fucking heard, oh, it ain't my tone, you just censored it. So why the fuck you don't like his tone, but you've been giving men tone for years? Those women, I don't want to hear shit from y'all.
You know why, bro? You know why? Because I said this on my live a couple nights ago. I said, it's all cool and it's all fun, when you the one that's doing the shit, but all of a sudden when the rabbit got the gun, it ain't fun no more. So that's
now the ones who have a tone, like the ones who come off cool like Topaz, yeah. But the ones with them attitudes that's always trying to emasculate men, now all of a sudden you want to tear men down when you hear it. Like, come on, man, let's stop being hypocritical.
Like that Gynocrat on Twitter that tried to tell me why do men talk. That's a perfect example. You got mad because I actually brought something up from a couple years ago that you thought we forgot. I ain't forget. That's one thing you don't want to mess with. One type of person you don't want to mess with is someone who has a good goddamn memory like a goddamn elephant. Listen, I can remember stuff that I did 10 days ago, probably even maybe like 5 years ago. So me remembering what Issa Rae put up on Twitter 2 years ago is nothing. That stuff on social media lasts forever, especially if it makes its rounds or goes viral. It's kind of hard for you to forget, even with all the other stuff that's going on in the world. But yeah, she rubbed me the wrong way with that way, and I'm gonna rub her the wrong way when I put her ass on blast in a couple of days. And I don't care if she's in or not.
Thanks. You got it, Brandon.
Hey, Third, she messed with the wrong dude, man.
Hey, man, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
And this is why I say you should not use definitive words. So, like, the problem that I have with divestors is that they're trying to make this an absolute. And when you do that, life has a way of making you come back and recognize the exception. So, certain things you just can't make an absolute. You can't say, no, and never date any black man, abort black babies. Now, that is crazy to me. That's ridiculous because first of all, for you to abort black babies, you have to go all the way up to 4 months when you feel this child now to find out the gender. How are you going to, determine what the gender is? Anyway, long story short, when you make
long story is go ahead with the long story.
Long story short, when you make definitive comments like that, you almost always have to come back and eat them.
Well, I said,
but like I said, I don't agree with that. But hey, if they want to say it, I'm good. I'm with it. Cool. But I'm not gonna listen to the bullshit. I ain't gonna listen to it, and I ain't gonna try to flag it down. Do whatever you want, man. As long as you ain't hurting nobody.
Yeah, because like I said, I don't care about dude. I don't listen to channel. Hell, even if they take a channel, I could care less. But at the same time, I'm not gonna just sit up here and act like he's the only person that's saying some shit that
Exactly.
that ain't cool. You know what I'm saying? He ain't the only one. There's other people too. You know what I'm saying? On both sides. So that's all I'm saying. But I'll say this though. Me personally, and it's just me, you know, nobody has to feel the way I feel, but that, like, I'm being honest with you, like, I've been tired of the whole gender war topics and conversations, the whole, you know, black men ain't this and black women ain't that and leveling up and all. Like, I'm sick of all them conversations. Now, if people want to have them conversations, you can have them over there in their little sector on their channels, but that's why over here on For the Record TV, we don't engage or discuss those type of topics. Now, every now and then we may engage in topics that's concerning, you know, relationship dynamics between black men and black women, but you know, we leave the whole you know, gender war we leave the whole gender war part out of it, you know what I'm saying? And because, you know, like I said, it's just too many other channels in this space for that. So if that's what y'all niggas want to listen to, y'all can go choose from 1,000 different channels that's all they do is talk about that shit. But over here on For the Record TV, we actually have very informational conversations, entertaining conversations, and, you know, we have good conversations where we can actually, you know, feel good, you know, communicating with one another and not have to tear each other down and call each other all kind of, you know, names and shit just because we disagree on a few things here and there. Like, we don't engage with that type of bullshit over here. So that's all I got to say. And, you know, we can get up out of here. And,
you unleashed all kinds of Taurus energy the other night.
Facts.
I know what that's like. I know what that's like.
No, I was about to say we know that Third, because Third would be in the chat and then he'd be gone. If he don't like something he'd be out.
out. Hey, well, shout out to Ed. He said there is no gender war. Everyone lost. I agree with that, man. We all losing it. We don't have each other. What I know y'all like Jay-Z, but what he say? If the family feud, we all losing. So that's the truth, man. We all we got is each other. You feel me? But hey, man, we're gonna wrap it up. Third, you go ahead and direct this. Third. I thought you went well. Tori, you go ahead. Give your closing thoughts, brother.
I had a good time coming up here. Another Saturday in the books. You know, definitely a great conversation from beginning to end. Shout out to everybody on the panel. Shout out to everybody in the chat. And make sure, I'm a shameless plug, make sure if you haven't done so already to subscribe to my channel, Torian Rain Reloaded. 3 videos a day except on Friday, where I'm live streaming on my live channel, which is Rain in Real Time.
Okay, so what you're saying is you do way more work than us, is what you're saying. I
am backed up though, like for real, I am backed up on a lot of videos because, like, I don't know what it was about this last week. It was a lot of stories that came out last week, a lot.
Man, this is pandemic,
but
man.
You'll see.
COVID-19
but
and stuff going on. But L Nix, you got it, brother.
Now, I just want to say thank y'all for having me on. I mess with each of y'all individually. I've just met this new brother up here, but yo, you know, I like coming around. You know, it's like going over your cousin's house to play spades on a Friday night, and y'all good people.
Hey, right on, man. I hear that all the time. Everybody say it's like cookout. We just chilling, you know, talking all shit. You know what I'm saying? Hey, appreciate that, fam.
Yeah, that's all I got.
Yes, sir. Yeah, man, I appreciate everybody coming through. I just want to put this out there too. Shout out to Beach. You know, I hope there ain't no hate going on. I mean, no love lost. Please come back all the time. You invited. I'll let you talk, baby. You know, we just got a whole bunch of other topics to get to, so ain't no hard feelings. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to her and shout out to everybody coming through, man.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, man, peace out to everybody. Appreciate all the love, all the support. The familiar faces, usual suspects, you know, the supporters who hit the Cash App. And, you know, we definitely appreciate y'all. We definitely see y'all next week.
Well, I ain't got nothing. I feel like y'all said it all. It's pretty much, that's the vibe we going for. Chilling, having discussions, being open, feeling like you able to say what you need to say, but respectful. So thank y'all for coming out. Thanks for the Cash Apps. Thanks for sharing the stream. And we'll see y'all next week.